so hard to breathe. Now and then I get insecure. The more the pain, I'm so ashamed. But I am beautiful, no matter what they say. Your words can't bring me down. Oh no, said I am beautiful in every single way. Your words can't bring me down. Oh no, so don't you bring me down today. Oh, no matter what we do, no matter what we say, oh, we're the song inside the tune, full of beautiful mistakes. 'Cause we are beautiful, no matter what they say. Your words won't bring us down. Don't you bring me down. So don't you bring me down. So don't you bring me down. So don't you bring me I'm so ashamed, but I am beautiful, no matter what they say. Your words can't bring me down. Oh no, said I am beautiful in every single way. Your words can't bring me down. Oh no, so don't you bring me down today. Oh, no matter what we do, no matter what we say, oh, we're the song inside the tune, full of beautiful mistakes. 'Cause we are beautiful, no matter what they say. Your words won't bring us down.
The Honorable Speaker, Mercy Fuba.
We are now going to observe a moment for prayers and meditations. Thank you, honorable members. We may be seated. Honorable members, let me welcome the members. Let me welcome the Premier of the Free State, Honorable Phuthaditjhaba. Let me welcome the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Lusima Bena, Chairperson of House of Committees, Honorable William. Let me welcome the Leader of Government Business, Honorable Magume, members of the Free State Legislature, members of the Provincial Council, the Executive Mayor of Phuthaditjhaba District Municipality, traditional leaders here with present, leaders of local government and SALGA, sector stakeholders and professional bodies, the Secretary to the Legislature and his team, heads of Chapter 9 and 10 institutions, business leaders, civil society organizations, members of faith-based organizations, media houses present and digitally covering the sitting, people of the Free State present here, and those following us online broadcasts. Distinguished guests, I welcome you this morning. Honorable members, we're going to proceed with motions in terms of Rule 58 to 60, the second reading debate on votes of the Appropriation Bill in terms of Rule 190. We now proceed to motions. The Secretary shall read motion 1.
That leave be granted. The second reading debate on Appropriation Bill number 2, 2023 be continued with vote 6, education.
Honorable members, the vote before us is vote 6, education. The Honorable MEC, Mr. Mohale, may now address the House.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. Memo Hlomphehi Zanele Sifuba, Mohlomphehi Tonakgolo ya province ya Freistata Ntate Dukwana, ditho tsa lekgotla le phahameng la ketsamolao, ditho tse hlomphehang tsa lekgotla la ntlo ya ketsamolao ya Freistata, balekane ba rona mesebetsing ya ntshetsopele ya thuto, lekala la ditaba tsa merero ya basebetsi, dihlooho tsa dikolo, matitjhere le barutwana, mekgatlo ya taolo ya dikolo, baeti ba kgethehileng, ditho tsa mekgatlo ya ditaba, baahi bohle ba Freistata, bomme le bontate, ke a le dumedisa. Ke tlotla le hlompho ho nna ho fumana monyetla ona wa ho teka ditekanyetso tsa ditjhelete tsa selemo sa ditjhelete sa 2023-2024 tsa Lefapha la Thuto ya Motheo provinseng ya Freistata ka hare ho ntlo ena e hlomphehang ya lekgotla la ketsamelao tlasa boetapele ba Tonakgolo Mohlomphehi Dukwana. Ke lebisa ditumediso tse tletseng mofuthu ho baahi bohle ba provinse ena ya rona ya Freistata esitana le ho ba leboha ka ho fa monyetla o babatsehang wa ba sebeletsa lefapheng lena la thuto ya motheo. Dikatleho tsa thuto provinseng ena di itshetlehile tshebedisano mmohong ya rona bohle le matitjhere, batswadi, baithuti, barutwana, makala a kgwebo, dikereke, mekgatlo ya kemedi ya basebetsi, barutehi, mekga ya dipolotiki le balekane ba bang ba rona ba ntshetsopele ya setjhaba. Tsela eo re etsang mosebetsi ka yona ke eo ho yona setjhaba sohle se ikakgelang ka setotswana mosebetsing wa ntshetsopele ya thuto ha mmoho le ntshetsopele ya setjhaba ka kakaretso. Thuto e le sona sebetsa e le yona a tse re sebeletsang haholo e ka sehlohong. Madam Speaker, South Africa is indeed a country at work, and the education sector contributes immensely to how we are developing as a nation. The critical value of basic education cannot overemphasize. Basic education strengthens democracy, fights inequality and poverty, improves the nation's health outcomes, and contributes significantly to faster economic growth. Our investment in basic education, which has been our #1 priority since 2009, seeks to improve the conditions of our people and free the potential of everyone in the country. I personally believe that the provision of quality and equitable basic education will place our province on an economic growth trajectory and achieve a positive social developmental path that puts the interests of our people first. Madam Speaker, in its February 2021 publication, the Development Bank of Southern Africa cogently summarizes the role of education in economic development as follows. Quote, I quote, "Education in every sense is one of the fundamental factors of development. No country can achieve sustainable economic development without substantial investment in human capital. Education enriches people's understanding of themselves and the world. It improves the quality of their lives and leads to broad social benefits for individuals and society." Close quote. Madam Speaker, allow me to dedicate my maiden budget vote speech by paying tribute to my predecessor, the late MEC Mahwe. His lifelong commitments to better life for all the people of Free State gave him a profound appreciation for education as a portal to individual and collective realization, dignity, and prosperity. Mr. Simply the Best was passionate about the African child and worked day and night to ensure that the child in the township and rural areas has as much opportunity to thrive and excel as a child in the city. He recognized that government alone cannot fix education, and as a result, he built a network of partners from corporates and civil society to ensure the success. History will indeed see him as a hugely consequential leader. Improvements have been made in schools, the majority of which serve learners from the poorest community and rural areas. The basic education system in South Africa is indeed a system on the rise. This has been recently acknowledged by the World Economic Forum in its expose, I quote, "Countries with the best education systems in Africa," close quote. From amongst African countries, South Africa was rated as the 4th top country after Mauritius, Tunisia, and Seychelles. We need to do more to impart skills, knowledge, competencies, innovation, creativity, and attitudes that will build this province. The devastating impact of COVID-19 has brought about new thinking regarding ability of education system to respond with agility to the unpredictability of pandemics. In this province, we protected learning to some extent, but also experienced some of the challenges and the losses to the learning. We protected learning through implementation of the framework for the recovery of learning, and the system began the process of rebuilding. In January this year, the sector hosted the Basic Education Lekgotla under the slogan, "Equipping learners with knowledge and skills for a changing world post-COVID-19 pandemic." The objectives of which were about strengthening the foundation for learning, adopting a competency framework, equipping learners with the knowledge and skills, equipping the teachers to deliver the curriculum, strengthening the use of technology, and strengthening the package of care and support for teachers and learners. Honorable Speaker, we're standing here under the guidance and understanding as has been encapsulated by one known author by the name Napoleon Hill in one of his most famous books, Think and Grow Rich, when he says, men, I've just included women, men and women are paid not merely for what they know, but more particularly for what they do with that which they know. I repeat, men and women are paid not merely for what they know, but more particularly for what they do with that which they know. That, Honorable Speaker, we believe that is a very strong statement that summarizes the role of the education system, because in the provinces like the Free State, our focus is not more about just ensuring that people acquire the knowledge. It's not only about ensuring that people are certificated, but it's how that knowledge which has been acquired, it can be used effectively so that it brings value to the people and change their lives. So we are on the trajectory to ensure that the type of education and the knowledge that we produce for the economy, it is as useful so that it can be able to contribute meaningfully. Madam Speaker, today I stand before you to proclaim that our basic education system in the province is firmly on the rise. We will certainly use the budget allocators to us to ensure that we continue the trajectory of educational improvement and equip our learners with knowledge and skills of the changing world. The overall budget for 2023-24 of the department is 17.5 billion rand. In the previous year, our adjusted allocation was 17.6 billion rand. This is a decrease of 113 million, which represents a decline of 0.64%. And the breakdown of the budget is as follows. For the administration, our budget decreased by 7.16% from last year. It's now standing at 1.1 billion. Public ordinary school education received 12.75 billion rand compares to 12.729 in the previous financial year. There is a slight increase of a mere 0.16%. The allocation for independent schools decreased by 13% to 125 million rand. Public special school education is allocated 670 million, which represents a decline of 1.76% from the previous financial year budget. The early childhood development is allocated 621 million, which is a decrease with 2.87% from last year. Infrastructure development is allocated 1 billion rand, which constitute 5% of total departmental budget. The allocation for exams and education services increased by 2% from last year allocation of 1.165. On the curriculum, Madam Speaker, the early childhood development services were successfully shifted to the Department of Basic Education from the 1st of April 2022. And about 64 officials, which consisted of 54 social workers and 6 officials responsible for infrastructure, were transferred from Department of Social Development to the Department of Education. And since the ECD function was completed, the following was done. We have conducted the means test verification to validate the data received from the Department of Social Development. The exercise resulted in additional funding for 2,681 children to the value of 12 million rand. A total of 61,682 children out of 71,391, those that are accessing ECDs, are now eligible for funding through the means test verification process which we have undertaken. 1,400 practitioners were trained on the implementation of National Curriculum Framework. Each ECD site received a copy of the framework, and a total of 3,000 curriculum framework documents were printed and distributed. Among others, we have upskilled about 268 practitioners towards NQF level 4. 1,050 ECD practitioners and matrons were trained on gender-responsive pedagogy. Madam Speaker, in the current financial year, we have set aside 3.5 million to assist the training of more than 500 ECD practitioners on understanding the 5 learning areas of the curriculum framework. We will further use the same amount to print additional documentation and to upskill 250 pre-grade R practitioners to obtain NQF level 4. Madam Speaker, in the previous year, the department was able to absorb 450 qualified grade R practitioners on the permanent post level 1. And 1,000 grade R practitioners were trained in teaching of language and mathematical content. 300 grade R practitioners are in the second year of upskilling their qualifications through funding from the ETDP SETA. In the current financial year, we've set aside 3 million rand to ensure that we continue to upskill the practitioners to obtain a diploma qualification. We take the ECD as very important component within the education system. And in the current financial year, even though the process, we did not encounter more problems during the function shift, there are still some problems. Still, jwalo ka ha di tsebahala ba ntse ba na le tsona jwale re tlo tsepamisa maikutlo a mangata le mosebetsi o mongata e re tlotlang re o etsa hore re ke re lokise taba tsena tsa ditsamaiso tsa dikretche bomme le bontate ba rona ba tsebe hore ba ikamahanya jwang le hore dikgwebo tseo tsa bona kapa dikretche tseo tsa bona di bapala karolo e jwang ho taba tsa thuto ka kakaretso hore ska fumana rona le mathata a ditsamaiso tsa ditjhelete e leng hore qetellong ha re thusi ebile e be ya bana ka mosing. On the primary schools where we are laying a solid foundation, Madam Speaker, our pass rate in the foundation phase is a matter of concern. Our pass target in the previous year was 100%. In the 2021 academic year, it was below 90. The overall phase performance was as follows. In 2019, we obtained 91, 2020, 92, 2021, 89, 2022 was 91. We will continue to ensure that we raise the bar because this is a very important component where we want our learners to start doing well, particularly at that level, because that is the foundation of all the good work that we see in the education system. Madam Speaker, allow me to congratulate Muteo education district for being the #1 district in the country in the category Excellence in Primary Schools Learning Outcome Support. In the current financial year, we have set 3.5 million to train for training in the following subjects: 500 foundation phase in home languages, 500 foundation phase in reading, and 500 in foundation phase on mathematics content, and 100 teachers in multi-grade teaching. Re tla etsa bonnete ba hore dipuo tsa rona tsa setso tsa se Africa di a rutwa le ho matlafatswa dikolong tsa rona ka ho etsa dibuka tse ngotsweng ka dipuo tse 120 tsa se Africa di fumanehe ha bobebe dikolong. Re tla boela re etsa hore dibuka tsa mathematics tsa di 10 frames di fumanehe dikolong tsa thuto ya motheo. Madam Speaker, in supporting grade 4 to grade 7s, an amount of 5.5 million will be used as follows, among others, to print literature anthology books for 160 primary schools with the language of learning in line with the language of learning and teaching of each school. We'll continue to provide Cool Creative Kids Collection Volume 6 as well as electronic copies of the Read a Lot bulletins. There are a number of activities that we'll do that are relating to training around literature, and we'll also conduct the SBA moderations targeting 80 schools in terms 2 and 4. But most importantly, we will train 120 teachers in the teaching of coding and robotics. Since 2018, the department has successfully implemented entrepreneurship, employability, and education E3 in 110 schools, and in 2022, 20 schools in Phuthaditjhaba district participated in the program. And the program will continue in the following anchor subjects: grade 4 to 6 life skills, 7 to 9 economic and management, 10 to 11 on life orientation. In sustaining this program, teachers from 130 schools will be supported to ensure its continued success. We are committed to our strategic intent as the department because we said the type of education, it must be the one that is responsive. That is why in the current epoch, we are focusing, among others, more on the entrepreneurship education, because the type of direction that our country is taking as a developmental state is to ensure that education play a meaningful role in changing the poverty levels, in changing the inequality, in ensuring that we address the unemployment. And we have, on a number of occasions, encouraged our people to follow the entrepreneurship, to take active part in the economic activities. It's for that reason that our responsive education system, that is why it's focusing now on ensuring that learners not only at the level of secondary schools, but from as young as foundation phase, as young as the primary school phase, that they start to be introduced so that they can have the culture of entrepreneurship as and when they grow. Because as a department, while we said we are raising the bar, we are closing the gap, one of the important strategic intent component of that is that we support the learners in all grades. So in the province of the Free State, much as we are doing well in the matric results, that is not something where we are only focusing, but it starts from the early age. Madam Speaker, as you know, the grade 12 class of 2022 again achieved the #1 position in the country with impressive 88.5. This represents an improvement of 2.8 compared with the 2021 results. The province had the highest number of subjects that achieved #1 position in the country. That is 22 subjects. We also had the highest number of learners that wrote mathematics, which amounts to 13,683, with a pass rate of 66.4 and obtaining position 2 national. And about 144 schools obtain an overall pass rate of 90% and above, as well as bachelor pass of 40% and above. Technical mathematics recorded a huge improvement in pass percentage from 73.5 to 94.3 and obtained position 1 in the country. Technical math is the one that is relevant, particularly on the technical subjects, and which is a good foundation for the engineering field and the related, which are much needed for the economy. So our education system is already relevant to ensure that it assists the country in achieving the goals of development, particularly in the economy. We have also obtained the highest bachelor pass rate of 43%. And since the advent of NSC in 2008, Free State has been number 1 7 times in the last 10 years and 4 consecutive years. The top 10 districts in the country include 4 of our districts. This is a truly remarkable achievement. And Moteo district occupies the first place in the country with a pass rate of 90.8%. And Phuthaditjhaba moved to position 2 with 90.4. 2 other districts, Qarib and Thabo Mofutshanyane, are part of the top 10 districts nationally with a pass rate of 87.5 and 87.2 respectively. Lejwe, although not in the top 10, is not far behind with a pass rate of 85.7. Our consistent, good and great performance in grade 12 and the entire system from primary schools is attracting a lot of opportunities for our schools and communities. And Free State is becoming a good investment opportunity for both individual parents and business and donors alike. So the role that Free State is playing in terms of good performance, it also adds to the investor confidence, because one of the issues that investors look for when they want to invest in a particular area is the availability of the skills. So Free State is really coming on board very well, and very soon the economic atmosphere in the province will change. These extraordinary achievements, Madam Speaker, were attained due to the following interventions. The autumn, winter and spring classes, which reached more than 24,000 grade 12 learners. We have conducted quarterly school-based assessment moderations for grades 9, 10 and 12. We printed study guides, we conducted special camps, we trained all the grades 8 and 9 with printed readers as part of the provincial reading strategy. We have piloted a reading program in 70 quintile 1 schools. We have trained teachers on setting quality tasks, equipped 14 agricultural schools with tunnels. We procured textbook and stationery for 331 Section 20 and Section 21 schools. 5 technical schools received their textbooks for the technical specialization that they are offering. And our provincial strategy on learner attainment. In the current financial year, we have set aside 152 million to implement provincial strategy on learner attainment by implementing the following: 1,500 additional printed readers for grades 8 and 9, develop and distribute weekly flyers with vocabulary and proverbs aimed at improving learners' vocab as well as reading with understanding, conduct mathematics 9+1 sessions for grade 8 and grade 9, particularly for underperforming schools, and a dedicated support program for grades 9 and 10, which will deal with the throughput rate. A support program targeting home languages, physical science, maths, accounting, economic management sciences, and natural sciences will be implemented. And as part of the support program, we have developed booklets for grades 8 to 10 for all the learners to ensure that each learner is exposed to quality daily activities. 544 data projectors already procured for subject advisors, and 197 CAT teachers received laptops through funding from the MST grant. Those are other things that we are doing as part of the strategy. And in the current financial year, we'll supply laboratory equipments to 15 physical science schools in Moteo district and 20 natural sciences schools in Phuthaditjhaba. Teachers from these schools will be trained to ensure value for money. Supply materials to all technical schools will also be procured to enable learners to complete their practical assessment tasks. And on the 3 streams model, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to announce that Wonga Letu Secondary School in Qarib has become a fully fledged technical school with the introduction of a second specialization subject in grade 10 in January this year. In expanding the 3-stream model through the introduction of new technical schools in Qarib districts, which are as follows. Boarabelo Comprehensive offers automotive and engineering graphics and design in grades 10 and 11. Riikaeletse School started with automotive and engineering graphics and design in grade 10 in the current year. All the EGD learners in these schools were equipped with drawing boards and drawing equipment. And we will spend 53 million this year to construct workshops at these 3 schools. We'll also convert Tempi Warehouse, where the work had started, into a school of skills called Mangaung Skills Academy. The academy will offer the following trades in phase 1: welding, automotive, plumbing, electrical and electronics. The conversion of the warehouse into artisan school will cost more than 14 million. It will be completed in the current financial year because we said our education must now focus more on the skills that are needed by the economy. Phase 1 of Ramuhete Secondary School in Botshabelo, which was identified to be converted into Artisan School, is under construction at an estimated cost of more than 18 million, and it will also be completed in the current financial year. The schools of specialization are going to play a critical role in the provincial and local economic development. Some of them offer occupational skills program in various fields such as hairdressing, nail and beauty technology, hospitality, IT and carpentry. We are also introducing entrepreneurship as part of our developing future entrepreneurs and job creators. So Ntatemeko, it will be something of the past that your SMMEs are collapsing because they don't have the skills to run the entrepreneurship, and we'll be offering it right within our basic education systems. So when the learners exit our system, they'll be ready to be their own entrepreneurs. Madam Speaker, we'll continue with the pilot of coding and robotics as a subject offered in 23 secondary schools. And all the piloting schools will be provided with content and work schedules. We'll provide the first 5 schools with a trolley of 40 learner laptops, a teacher laptop, a data projector, and the speakers. And 9 schools that are offering CAT and IT are implementing digital technology in grade 8 as of 2023. And we'll continue to pilot the hybrid teaching model named Visual Learning Recovery Program in 44 schools across the province, targeting grade 8 learners. And participating subjects will be Maths and English first additional language. A total of more than 7,000 learners will be given tablets as part of the project, and estimated 200 teachers will be trained on the implementation of visual teaching and assessment. And teachers from these 44 schools will be provided with laptops, projectors, and all the other apparatus. And we'll continue to train teachers from these schools offering IT to ensure that they are ready for the implementation of ICDL for grade 9 learners in these schools. And on agricultural schools, we have partnership with Rexwan, a Dutch company, which will provide seedlings to all agricultural schools. This initiative seeks to contribute to food security in the country by introducing grade 8 and 9 learners to the planting of seedlings and eventually harvesting crops. And as part of the expansion of agricultural schools, 2 tunnels were erected at Bainsflay School, and the emphasis in the current academic year will be on the supply of soil and other equipment to make the tunnels fully functional. And equipment will be procured for agricultural technology, which is offered in 22 schools, and agricultural management practices offered in 16 schools. And to grow the enrollment in the agricultural stream, 20 schools implemented agricultural studies in grade 8 in the current financial year, and department printed a textbook for each learner. This is a response of the department once again, because the Free State is agricultural province. And the strategy of the Free State government is that we must do more and optimize and leverage on our capacity as the province on agriculture, which is our stronghold. That is why the education, because we said education must be responsive to the needs of society. Our education is once more responsive to ensure that the learners are started to be prepared from as early as the school level, so that they no more see agriculture as something else, but see agriculture as part of what they need to do to liberate themselves and emancipate them economically. Madam Speaker, our strategic objective on agricultural school is to resource them to be able to produce vegetables to support our nutrition program. And Siotlong Hotel and Agricultural School in QwaQwa is already a supplier of quality agricultural produce to the local and KwaZulu-Natal markets. Now, in preparation for the 4IR, and in professionalizing teaching and getting our teachers ready for the fourth industrial revolution, we have provided ICT gadgets to the following officials: 220 laptops for accounting teachers, 60 to technical maths teachers, 50 for natural science teachers, and officials and teachers were trained on usage of Microsoft 365. And a total of 550 teachers and subject advisors were trained on ICT. Because the teachers play a very important role, we also have to support them accordingly. And other activities that need support, in the current year, we'll set aside 45 million rand to support the implementation of learning recovery program aimed at training circuit managers, curriculum officials, and school management teams, as well as procurement of laptops for them. And to support the teacher appreciation and support program, and to acknowledge and recognize the good work done by our teachers, the Free State Education Department participated in the 22nd edition of National Teacher Awards. And the following teachers made us proud by winning on the national category. Excellence in primary school leadership. On the position 3, it was Mr. Thabo Alfred Mautsua from Moteo. Excellence in teaching mathematics, Mrs. Guguletu Siduduzile Mudavanhu from Moteo. Excellence in teaching physical science, position 3 was Mr. Shobipit Mabina from Thabo Mufuzanyana. Excellence in technology, enhanced teaching and learning, Mr. Tabiso Edward Sotet on position 3 from Fezile Dabi. Excellence in special needs leadership, Mr. Lerata Stephen Hua from Thabo Mufuzanyana on position 2, and excellence in special needs teaching, position 2, to Mr. Tato Kiwani William Nicola from Moteo. And for 2023 academic year, our target for FET phase are as follows. We'll continue now to target 90% pass rate with 50% bachelor pass is possible. And for grade 10 and 12, 88 pass with 35% bachelor pass. Grade 8 and 9, 90% pass rate with an average of 65. Inclusive basket. In the preparation for implementation of inclusive basket of criteria, a dedicated support program for grade 9 and 10 will be implemented to deal with the throughput rate and increase learner participation in maths and augment number of distinction. When this criteria is used, which is going to come very soon, in a year or two, we are no longer going to be assessed on, like now, we are number 1 overall pass rate. But there will be 9 items which will be assessed on, which among others include participation of maths, the number of those that participate and pass in accounting, the number of those, the throughput rate. Grade 10, now grade 12. So all of those items or criteria will be the one that is used to determine the overall performance of the provinces. But as a province of the Free State, we have already started to prepare accordingly, and we will require the support of the parents to ensure that the learners continue to be at school. They don't just abandon school or be the dropout somewhere along the line. Madam Speaker, under General Education Certificate, This year we'll administer the general education certificates to 92 sampled schools. This is in preparation for the school administration of the GEC in grade 9. And all of the grade 9 learners will write the GEC in 2025. The GEC is an assessment that is meant to empower learners in grade 9 with the skills and abilities to determine the career path. And on the standardized assessments, learners from grade 6 to 12 will write standardized assessments in March, June, and November to ensure that, and will ensure that these standardized question papers and tests and the grade 12 prep exam question papers are printed per learner and are delivered and distributed to schools. And on the finishing school, Madam Speaker, let me acknowledge the performance of our finishing schools in the 2022. The Tumahole, Riverside, Silukisa, Tshepo-Themba, Mohokare, who have achieved way above 70%, and with Tumahole finishing school being the highest at 88%. The finishing schools are very important because they give the learners opportunity, and we can see with the performance, because that's where we focus a lot for those that could not have a dedicated attention during the normal schooling. And it has been, with the results, it has been proven to be a success, and will continue to do more on these schools. And on the education infrastructure, in his State of the Province address, Honorable Premier instructed the departments to place a high value on the delivery of quality infrastructure. And we will do as such, and we will ensure that in the current financial year, 776 million will be used to complete the schools that are still under progress. Those among others in Tromsberg, special school, the likes of Tlolo, which has taken long, up to Katlego in Phuthaditjhaba. And we'll ensure that we'll appoint contractors for the construction of the schools in Moteo and in Phuthaditjhaba, and ensure that those that are appointed, they finish the work on time. And the new hostels will continue with them because we have completed Dr. Block, and all of those hostels that are listed amongst them being Buitumelo Special School in Moteo will ensure that those are constructed accordingly, and will spend more than 90 million in that regard. And on the ECD, we have set aside 4 million to construct one low-cost ECD center in Moteo. We'll also ensure that we provide additional facilities at existing schools. And on the alternative energy to schools, we will also be embarking and setting aside 13.7 million to procure additional generators to the schools so that we are not interrupted, as well as installation of solar power to 56 schools and 29 technical schools and 25 special schools at more than 300 million over a period of 3 years. And we'll continue with our partnerships. We had a very successful engagement with our partners who are playing a very meaningful role, because we can't do this alone, particularly from the corporate sector. And we'll continue with our magnificent Wednesday Schools Sports League, because we want to ensure that the children, when they are at school, they are not only focused on learning, but they also participate in schools. We like to emphasize the safety in the schools, and we like to plead to our communities to really play their part in securing our schools, because we said our schools are centers of excellence. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, let me take this opportunity to thank everyone, all the stakeholders. Ke lebohe batswadi ba ileng hore ba hlokometse bana, ba etsa bonnete ba hore bana ba fihla dikolong ho le thata ho le jwang, le batswadi ba ileng hore ba hlokomela dikolo, the corporate South Africa for the programs which I have not been able to mention, but which are very assisting, starting from connectivity to delivery of learning apparatus, and even giving incentives for our teachers for the role that they have played. And I also like to thank the African National Congress for making education an apex priority, to the SGBs, the principals, and everyone, but also to the head of the department and the team education for their hard work in ensuring that they do all of this work in the best interest of our children as led by the HOD Malakwane. Last but not least, I would like to thank my wife and my family for their support throughout, the comrades, colleagues and friends in this province, and the ANC in this province for having the trust in me, and the Honorable Premier. Honorable Speaker, I would like to plead to the people of the Free States that education is one of the few jewels that we have to change our lives. So we must love education. We must encourage everyone to love education. We must protect education and ensure that all of us really love education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, before we proceed to the debates on the speech, I would like to confirm the leave of absence of Honorable Mashinini and the leave of absence of Honorable Litsuha Matai. Honorable members, I would also like to deliver the ruling on the point of order that was raised in the previous sitting. On the 4th of April 2023, Honorable Mahasa replied to the debate of the budget vote of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation. Honorable A. Chabalala raised a point of order on the alleged demeaning manner Honorable Mahasa said about Honorable Lutuka. According to Honorable A. Chabalala, Honorable Mahasa said Uzufeti to Honorable Lutuka in her reply to the debate. When requested to explain the words she used in reference to Honorable Lutuka, the Honorable MEC said in Sesotho, "Ntho e ke buileng ke itse ka tlhompho e kgolo ke tshaba ho bua ka ntate Lutuka hobane ke motho e moholo. Ke yona ntho e ke buileng ka tlhompho e kgolo." I then indicated that I did not hear that, and I will consult Hansard and make a ruling later. Indeed, Honorable Mahasa said the following in Sesotho. Ke a leboha, Speaker se hlomphehang, Setho se hlomphehang, Mongadi Lutuka mohlomong ha a hlokomele empa ke utlwisisa botsofadi bo kene o ka se di tsebe kaofela dintho tseo. Honorable Mahasa denied that she used the words utsofetse, which gave rise to the point of order, but the record shows that she used the words botsofadi bukeni towards Honorable Lutuka. Honorable members, I pass the ruling that after due consideration on the provisions of the rules and the Hansard, I make the following ruling. Honorable Mahasa did not use the exact words raised by Honorable Chabalala in her point of order, but the words utsufetse and butsufadi bukeni are similar and both offensive. Honorable members, again I call upon to assist the presiding officers in maintaining the decorum of the House at all times. We must desist from calling one another names that can be hurting to one another personally. We are here to debate the issues from a political level, but not get into personal matters. Honorable members, raising points of orders are also urged to adhere to the rules of debate. This point of order was raised after the Honorable MEC had left the floor, contrary to Rule 117(10) of the Standing Rules and Orders. The point of order is sustained because the words used are offensive and unparliamentary, and the Honorable MEC is accordingly called upon to withdraw the words butsufadi bukeni as used towards Honorable Lutuka. Honorable MEC Mahasa.
Speaker, Ki withdraw manzo ke a sebedisitseng ebile ke rata hore ke kope ditshwarelo ho ntate Letuka haeba ke mo offendile ka manzo a tshwanang le ao. Ke a leboha.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Let's proceed, honorable members, as we call the Honorable Tsiu, the chairperson of the committee, to open the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive, the fellow Honorable members of the Legislature, mayors and councillors present, school governing bodies, principals, school management teams, organized labor within the education sector, parents and students, distinguished guests. The province of the Free State has been a pinnacle of education service delivery for over 7 years. We have been #1 in the country. And the words Rabashapa, Rabashapa, Phuthaditjhaba, those are the words of the then MEC for Education, Phuthaditjhaba. The performance of the Department of Education depicts the role Free State plays in the broader education system in the country. The great philosophical question is whether is it education that shapes the society, or is the society that shapes education? Our dogmatic approach in implementing education system in the province contributed to our performance over the period of years. Even during the times of the pandemic, the Free State remained resolute in relation to its performance and maintained #1 status in the matric results in the country. This is the position I believe we will sustain in this financial year and in future. The power to rebuild education lies within all of us, because we say education is a societal issue. Our successes are dependent on all departmental officials, teachers, trade unions, learners, parents, SGBs, faith-based organizations, business and community members committing to the code for quality education. Everyone must take part, must play part in education. Hence the MEC is saying that the communities should make sure that we help in ensuring that our schools are safe for the learners and for the teachers. The issue of parents in imparting education to the young ones contributed to the success of our education in the province. Even during ancient times, it was done through storytelling and different games they played. Education is part of parenting and upbringing of children. Both cultural and religious education are part of the journey of the education. Indeed, education is a key to success. Education plays a pivotal role in developmental state like South Africa. The then MEC for Education, Phuthaditjhaba, executed his responsibilities with the great distinction. What a loss to the province and the country and the world, especially for upcoming youth of this province. We will always remember him for his love for mathematics and science. He always believed that science is for everyone, not for people of a certain color like it used to be in the past. The upcoming academic years will indeed not be the same. However, the undisputed fact is that the late MEC Makgwe was not working alone. He was with men and women of integrity. And we are guaranteed that there will be continuity of this good work. This is demonstrated by the budget presented here today by MEC Makalo. One fact became immediately clear. The principals, teachers, practitioners, and officials that make up the education sector are the greatest assets we have. We entrust our children to their care, to nurture them, and guide through their schooling career. Madam Speaker, the Honorable MEC Makalo believes that the provision of quality and equitable basic education will place our province on an economic growth trajectory and achieve a positive social development path and put the interest of our people first. This is common vision that the ruling party collectively believes in. The global economic meltdown had a negative impact on the economy of the country at large. Priority government departments such as education, health, and others were adversely affected. This is the moment when we have to display our ability to maneuver through difficult times. Investing in early childhood development is a noble decision because Basotho ba re, thupa e kojwa e sa le metsi. These are the prime years for early development. For the holistic development of child, nutrition becomes an important aspect. Hence, we have primary school nutrition program. This is the program that is assisting in the education of a learner, especially the young ones. It also assists in the healthy lifestyle and fight malnutrition at the same time. Through integrated school health program and in partnership with our government departments like social development, government cluster approach bears fruits. Once again, Free State was recognized as a model province for the implementation of the above program. This is the achievement the department is planning to enhance even in the current financial year. Procurement of math aids kits is intended at cognitive development to equip our country to have prerequisite knowledge base. This is opening the doors of learning to the citizens. Moteo in Mangaung Metro in the Free State set the tone by being the #1 or the best in the country. Targeted efforts to support underperforming schools is a commitment to ameliorate underperformance. This is an indication of no room for underperformance. The activities and material budgeted for this will assist in achieving the intended results. Madam Speaker, we are delighted to note that the MEC has allocated budget for science schools and targeting to improve our number of science learners who will in future be our own scientists. Free State Department of Education is on the map in line with the ruling party's priorities to put education as an apex priority. Construction of workshops at technical schools is a positive contribution to future economic development of our country. Learners from technical schools are the ones who are going to create employment for our future generations. Focus on technical schools broadens career choices for our learners. By so doing, it also diversifies job opportunities beyond the years of schooling. Vocational education is education that prepares people to a skilled craft as an artisan, trade as a tradesperson, or work as a technician, including agriculture education, which will ensure food basket in the country. Thank you, Honorable Makalo, for that. These are the scarce skills that the country needs to resolve some of the challenges that the country is faced with. Notwithstanding the fact that we continue to equip our learners and teachers with skills for the developing world, This is getting the country ready for implementation of the fourth industrial revolution. Technological development is ready, and it is a way to go in this current world. This budget presented here today is equipping our schools to achieve this aim. We are proud that the MEC allocated budget for school infrastructure as a call from the Honorable Premier Mxolisi Dukwana. Unlike in other areas, there are no learners studying under the trees in our province. The infrastructure budget presented by the Honorable MEC Makalo Mohale attests to the fact that the Free State is committed to providing quality education under conducive environment. The department is going to implement employment interventions after training and retraining of teachers of different levels in our system. The previous budget contributed to employment, and we support the plan to train one more time. This is contributing significantly to the government's role of alleviating poverty, redressing the past imbalances, protecting livelihoods, especially among the vulnerable people, especially among the youth, women, and the people with disabilities. The budget presented by Honorable MEC Makalo here today reflects commitment to the future of our province and the country. It further shows a state which is illuminating illiteracy in the current and future generations. With commitments like this, we are going to reach a goal of being a country with every citizen who can read and write. Madam Speaker, we support this budget vote because it is intended to service the interest of our people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Klute, you may address the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. More than 43% of last year's matriculants will not get a job this year. And the brunt of being educated and young but unemployed are becoming increasingly unbearable. Now, this year, this department will spend 17 billion on education or educating our youth, the biggest chunk of the budget. Yes, no one denies that education is vital in moving the country forward. In fact, these ought to be investments in our adults of tomorrow who should be building a better province. Speaker, but when we speak about investments, then we want to know what the return on that investment would be. Our returns cannot merely be good matric pass rates or top positions, and it's good to hear the MEC acknowledge that. Speaker, ons kinders sukkel al meer om te lees en te skryf. Onlangse navorsing wys dat die meeste graad 1's in Suid-Afrika ken nie die alfabet nie. 82% van graad 4's kan nie lees met begrip of betekenis nie. Miskien was die wyle agbare makgooi reg dat Sotho saam met Afrikaans en Engels tot onderrigtaal verhef moet word. Obua puya yahao, kibua pua yaka. In fact, research shows that education in mother tongue is key for inclusion and quality learning, and it also improves learning outcomes and academic performance. According to UNESCO, mother tongue education is also crucial, especially in primary school, to avoid knowledge gaps and increase the speed of learning and comprehension. Most importantly, multilingual education based on mother tongue empowers all learners to fully partake in society. That's something to aspire to, Speaker. En ons kan dit bereik, Speaker, as daar net 'n ware politieke wil is om dit te verwag. And it starts in ECD and continues in primary and secondary school. Speaker, let me conclude. I want to give you a quote, and it goes like this. The education system in the Free State has faced significant challenges over the years. Some of the failures of education in the Free State include many schools in the Free State that lack basic infrastructure, such as adequate classrooms, electricity, and running water. These failures are complex and interconnected. Speaker, none of these words I've just read are my own words or ideas. They are paragraphs which were generated by AI, ChatGPT. That's where our education system is going, and I fear we're not ready for it at this stage. This will have a serious impact for our education system and mother tongue education as well. This is the future, which is very real. And so we know where we are going, but we need to know where we come from, but where we are going with technology. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Mahlatsi, MEC Mahlatsi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Members, people of the Free State. The main purpose of education is to provide the opportunity for acquiring knowledge and skills that will enable people to develop their full potential and become successful members of society. We pride ourselves as the ANC-led government that despite challenges we face as government, when it comes to education, we continue to excel beyond measures. Honorable Speaker, it would be wrong of me to ascend to this podium and not make mention of Comrade Tate Magwe, aka Mampudi, a dedicated freedom fighter who served the people of the province with distinction, a trailblazer of note, Mr. Simply the Best, may his soul continue to rest in peace. Honorable members, populism is redefined in politics, but we all know that when the cameras switch off, the real politics sets in. As we sit here today in this particular platform, the EFF is not here. However, we are not there, but ourselves as African National Congress, we lose nothing if we always and continue to humble ourselves. We thank our teachers' union, national governance associations, and civil society for ensuring education gains made during the 2020-2021 academic years, despite the devastating impact of COVID-19 had on the department as well as the entire sector respectively. The department has worked hard at minimizing the detrimental effects of the pandemic while accepting its wide-scale impact. We must equally concede that we can do better and there are no quick fixes and recovery will take place. We remain cognizant of the progress made towards the realization of schooling 2030, which gives expression to the Constitution, the National Development Plan, as well as the Continental and International Convention, which continues to provide the moral imperative and mandate to make the social justice principles of access, redress, equity, efficiency, inclusivity, as well as quality education opportunities widely available to the citizen. Honorable Speaker, this budget vote is a product of thoroughly consulted process guided by the Provincial Treasury and aims to respond to SOPA commitments and NDP Vision 2030. This budget vote is tabled against the highly cost-contained restrictions due to the very low revenue base from our battling provincial economy. Honorable Speaker, this is evident in the reduction of the budget allocation for the Free State Department of Education being at 17.558 billion compared to the previous adjusted allocation of 17.671 billion, marking a decrease of 113.195 million, which is in percentage form a decline of about 0.64%. Secondly, it is that this budget is also a direct response to commitment of ensuring that education remains an apex priority and a key equalizer in the context of country's developmental trajectory towards the realization of a prosperous society which we seek to build as the African National Congress. The ANC made commitment, honorable members, to the people of South Africa through the Freedom Charter, as adopted in Cape Town in 1955. We said the doors of learning and culture shall be opened, and through this budget, we are reaffirming this commitment. Thirdly, this budget vote demonstrates the advances that we are making, ensuring what Honorable Mahale has spoken about, which relates to instructions that are given to us by the Constitution that the education is indeed a right. Of course, this is collaborative work, hence MEC Mapiano, as he was known in Distea, spoke about the pathway network management system. Opposing this budget vote, honorable members, especially those on this side of the house, I just want to indicate to you, opposing this budget vote is the same as opposing service delivery, and also demonstrate a disregard of those who cannot afford but rely on state interventions and policy statements such as this particular budget vote. The same budget vote makes it possible for members to hold the executive to account. And it is the same budget vote that makes it possible for the department to comply with parliamentary prescripts and eases the burden of poverty from the people and deliver services at the doorstep of our communities. Honorable members, I'm referring here to the programs such as National School Nutrition Program, which has proven over the years to be a key lever, especially to learners coming from poor households, to address hunger and contribute to quality education and to improve health amongst learners. This program, coupled with learner transport, which is provided to learners who have to travel 5 kilometers and more from their homes to the nearest school, have been a key in ensuring access and retention of learners in our basic education system. It must be stressed that scholar transport must be reliable and ensure that safety of learners while in transit. Honorable members, opposing this budget vote is a big no. It's a big no at these important functions of the ANC-led government work. It will be critically important with the opportunity that I've been given here to outline a clear distinction between those who are grandstanding for votes and those who seek proximity to our people by doing nothing at all, from those who do work but never seek attention. Honorable members, on curriculum, we are pleased with the success management of the ECD function shift from the Department of Basic Education from the 1st of April to 2022. In actual fact, they have already moved since last year. We trust that all officials comprising of social workers and those responsible for infrastructure transfer from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Basic Education have been integrated with and will strengthen the work of the department in areas of psychosocial support to learners in schools and ensuring that our infrastructure needs are aligned accordingly. Research indicates that bullying, violence, drugs, and other social challenges remains a scourge to our communities, and social workers play a vital role in advancing learners as well as making sure their well-being is in order. We are also pleased by such needed interventions by upskilling of 250 preschool grade R practitioners to obtaining an NQF level 4, as well as absorption of 450 qualified grade R practitioners into permanent level posts. The emotional, social, and psychological development of young children has a direct effect on their overall development and on their adult lives. Honorable members, that is why our understanding is that the need to invest in young children is very important as to maximize their future well-being. We support the optimization of early childhood development for all children, with special emphasis on children with special needs. Honorable members, on the 2022 National Senior Certificate results, being largely, ourselves as a province being a largely rural province with agriculture and mining industries, which serves as the main economic growth drivers, we take pride in the fact that the province had number of subjects that achieved we have achieved well number 1 in the country. That is in 22 subjects, that the highest number of learners that wrote mathematics, 13,683, with pass rate of 66.4% and obtaining position 2 nationally. Mathematics gives us a way to understand patterns, to quantify relations, and to predict the future. Maths helps us to understand the world, and we use the world to understand maths. That means As a province, we are quite happy with the success that we are making in the basic education, in as far as making sure our children are learning maths at a very good pace. Today, the world is becoming increasingly interconnected. Every day, maths shows these connections and possibilities. The earlier young learners put the skills to practice, the more likely we will transform our province into an innovation-led society and economy. On incentives and awards for teachers and teaching personnel, over the years, we have observed how the provincial awards in the sector have influenced the sharing of success practices in our schools and the practice recognition of those who go above and beyond all calls of duty to better the lives of our learners. The recognition of the most improved schools, innovation for the use of ICT for learning, innovations in teaching methodology, innovations for addressing diversity in the classroom, innovations for implementing practice or practical and comprehensive solution for learners' well-being, and teaching and promotion of African languages in our schools as part of the province winning formula. We salute the department for continuing to honor the sacrifices of those teachers that continue to make us proud. Madam Speaker, as quality education system is heavily reliant on the quality of its teachers, our education is not different. As the province or as the ANC, we want every learner in our province to learn in classrooms and to be taught for the required number of hours per day by qualified and competent teachers. We, however, cannot reject or neglect to reflect on another critical area when it comes to the schooling environment being schooling infrastructure. In collaboration with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, the department must or will make sure that we are rest assured that monitoring of infrastructure, equipment and furniture provision for supporting quality education will be led by built environment experts and professionals with the necessary ability. The sanitation problems that we face as a province that affect our schools will be addressed accordingly. We will also strive to deal with persistent acts of vandalism and destruction of our schools and other public facilities through the province. Honorable members, the strategic objective of the three-stream curriculum model for basic education is to increase learner access to academic, technical, vocational, and technical occupation streams of education and training at schools levels to meet the needs of society and the economy. We support it and we believe that it will be accelerated. Honorable members, we also note and commend the progress made on the implementation of sports, arts and culture programs in school. Sports must be enhanced through identification of talent and channeling through relevant sporting codes. Honorable members and baagi ba Afrika Borwa le baagi ba Vrystaat, as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, this budget vote acknowledges the gains that we have made, the current constraints and the need for us to do more with less. Focus and build on the steps that have been taken by the department in modernizing the curriculum, improving access to materials, books and reading materials to more learners than ever before, and focusing on improving the quality of schooling, the quality of learning and the quality of teaching in our sector. The repositioning and realigning or realignment of the critical department, of this critical department for more impact on implementation will undoubtedly rely on all these teachers, principal, parents, learners, SGB, individual and strategic partners to work daily to make quality education a reality. Chairperson, allow me to thank MEC, the HOD of the department and the entire staff of the department. I support the tabling of adoption of this vote 33 of the Free State Department of Education. I thank you.
Honorable members, I still don't have EFF with us. I'll call Honorable MEC Brown to address the House.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier and members of the Executive Council, members of the Free State Provincial Legislature, our local government and traditional leadership, heads of departments, public entities, the late MEC Mahwe and family, all stakeholders in education sector, communities, Free Staters, ladies and gentlemen. Honourable Speaker, through you, I would like to request that Honourable Klute take a minute to reflect on the following, and I will continue to repeat the statistics. In 1994, only 51% of South Africans could read and write. Today, 94% of South Africans can read and write. I pause. Madam Speaker, thank you for granting me the opportunity to reflect on the budget of the Department of Education. I'd like to thank my organization for bequeathing me the responsibility of reflecting on the budget and the outstanding work that is performed by this department. The ANC will continue to ensure that education, yes, MEC Mohale, is an apex priority in this country. The ANC policy outlines clear transformational goals and targets across all education segments, basic and higher education, which includes the call to improve black women representation, for example, an appointment of black women vice-chancellors and black women principals must be increased. If we focus, Honourable Speaker, and have a clear plan, indeed, we are bound to achieve. Yuval Noah Harari writes, and I quote, "In a world delugged by irrelevant information, clarity is power. In the theory, anybody can join the debate about future of our humanity, but it is also hard to maintain a clear vision." Honourable Speaker, the speech of MEC Mohale has outlined a clear vision for this department. Indeed, Honourable Premier, your words resonate. Our society is evolving into a more educated and informed society. It translates into a culture of questioning services offered by both the public and private sector. Education encourages the why, a questioning society, a culture of doing things better, a questioning society that will encourage change and innovation. We are delivering a society that is more involved in community projects, in holding councillors accountable, in holding us accountable, in the change we need to see. Because our promise to deliver an educated society will build an enhanced performance culture of delivery and accountability. It is therefore, Honourable Speaker, no doubt the reasons why that this department receives on average 41.1% of the total provincial budget over the medium-term expenditure framework. This budget will continue pushing back the challenges of poverty, unemployment and inequality, and I'll explain why, Honourable Speaker. As one of the fundamental factors of development, education determines economic growth, it determines employment, and it determines earnings. In addition, it plays a very crucial role in securing economic and social progress and improving income distribution across our province and our country. Honourable Speaker, we extend our congratulations to the Department for yet again receiving an additional allocation of 109 million above the infrastructure allocation and conditional grants that they received for investment in infrastructure in our province. This allocation is part of the performance-based incentive system program, which is managed by National Treasury and is aimed at improving effective planning and deriving efficiencies within the infrastructure value chain. The Department of Education obtained a score of 78%. Congratulations again, MEC Mohale, to you and your entire team. Honourable Speaker, I must repeat, a nation that forsakes its education is doomed to fall in all fronts. We are not about to do that as a province. The statistic speaks for itself. And as we've seen in the past years, we have done exceptionally well in terms of our matric results. And in fact, we have been leading in that space for 7 years and 3 consecutive years. As you'd have placed it, Honourable Premier, in the State of the Province address, and I quote, "We take pride in our #1 position and as the leading province in the country with an 88.5% grade 12 pass rate, unquote. The matric result is one form of measurement of our success in the sector, and we wish to expand as we strive and encourage the department to build an entire education system that changes that doctrine, a system that builds a pool of productive society that will be relevant to the vision of our province, that is aligned to our growth sectors in our province and our Free State economy, a system that prepares a young future society that will be job creators, a pool that will progressively support our vision in our country and be relevant across the continent and extremely competitive across the globe. We welcome innovation, technology, technical schools, and special schools, Honourable Mohali, as you are about to plan to achieve this. Honourable Speaker, we want a capable developmental and ethical state, not only for today, but generations to come. To achieve this noble priority, we must sustain our investment in quality education, and it is the answer for a development state such as ours. The vision of this department is indeed aggressive, and allow me to read it to you. To provide an education system that is free, compulsory, universal, and equal for all children of the Free State and province. This budget, Honourable Speaker, that's presented by MEC Mohali is much aligned to the aforesaid vision. Allow me to reflect on analysis very shortly within the department. Program 1, which is responsible for overall management support of the education system in accordance with relevant prescripts, receives 7% of its total budget. Program 2, which is providing for public ordinary education grades 1 to 12, is allocated 82% of the total departmental budget. This program, Honourable Speaker, is the backbone of the sector, and thus this allocation is very much in alignment with the departmental vision and the Free State's vision. Madam Speaker, Program 3 and 4 provide support to independent schools as well as compulsory public education and special schools, and this combined allocation to those programs amount to 4.5% of that budget. And this analysis, Honourable Speaker, reflects a well-spread, productive, visionary and working department. Infrastructure investment remains a catalyst for economic growth and creation for employment opportunities. In the current financial year, out of the entire province's budget of 5.071 billion on infrastructure, this department receives 20% of that investment, amounting to 1.2027 billion of the total infrastructure budget. Madam Speaker, this comes from the Department of Education, which is a budget that will continue to push back those challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment through provision of sustainable school infrastructure. Honourable MEC, we look forward to be part of the monitoring and evaluation process and dealing with the progress of these projects. We ensure that the projects will be delivered on budget and on time. We further encourage the department to continue to ensure that the implementation of good governance practices are maintained in implementing this infrastructure program. It should continue to provide access to procurement and economic opportunities in the infrastructure environment through prioritizing proprietors who are Free Staters first. Women, youth, military veterans, and people who are living with disabilities. In that way, we will find balance and inclusive, vibrant, functioning Free State economy. Honourable Speaker, we must applaud this department on the progress received and achieved on construction of the 10 new schools and the completion of Dr. Block Secondary School Hostel. We look forward to the completion of these 10 new schools in the current financial year and trust that access to free education in the province will be further enhanced. Madam Speaker, Program 7, which improves and provides for examination and other related education services, receives 6.6% of this budget as well. We maintain that #1 spot, thus our investment for this aforesaid analysis is aligned. We are delighted, Honourable Speaker, that in terms of funding our students, we have an amount which is prescribed by the Department of Basic Education of 1,610 Rand per learner in quintile 1 to 3 no-fee schools. That is for provincial funding for all these quintiles, which is in line with these prescripts. We are also aligned to quintiles 4 and 5 funding norms, and this budget then presents a budget that leaves no one behind. Honourable Speaker, the budget makes provision for the Presidential Youth Employment Package, which is in tune of 394 million, and this is one of the opportunities for job creation, and especially for unemployed graduates across our province. Honourable Speaker, we appreciate the initiatives taken by this department to augment their budget by bringing in partnerships and private sector such as CHISA, Harmony Gold Mine, Food Beverage CETA, Corporate SA and others. Thank you, MEC Mohale, to you and your HOD, to the department, to the SGBs, to our educators, our learners, organised labour, workers, parents and all partners. Let us make this 2023 year count. Honourable Speaker, this budget strives to ensure progressive realisation of universal schooling, improving quality of education and eliminating disparities amongst our Free State citizens. It is grounded on instilling hope. This budget strives to respond to the aspirations of our people. I would indeed support this progressive budget, Honourable Speaker, and on behalf of my colleagues, there is no way that we shall not support this budget. Join hands as we congratulate the MEC and his team. I thank you.
Honourable Peterway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good day to the beautiful people of Phuthaditjhaba. I'm standing here today with a heavy heart. I need to acknowledge our former MEC, Honourable Machwe, for the years of service to the province. Honourable Machwe was a gentleman in every sense of the word. He had great sense of humour and a quick wit. I truly hope his memory will continue to inspire us all. Madam Speaker, the official matric pass rate for the Free State in 2022 was 85.7%, which is a staggering 2.8% point increase from the previous year, and again placing the Free State in the first position. Congratulations, and thank you to all the dedicated parents, teachers, school principals, school governing bodies, departmental heads, officials in the province for their commitment, dedication and hard work towards educating our youth in preparation for an adult life. But Madam Speaker, unfortunately, 25,033 or 40.6% of learners who started grade 10 in 2020 were not able to celebrate with the class of 2022. They did not write the final matric exam. The Free State experienced the second highest dropout nationally. The national dropout rate is 31.8%, Free State 40.6%. I am very pleased to learn that the dropout rate will now be calculated to determine the positions of the provinces. Madam Speaker, there are several reasons for the high dropout rate in schools in the Free State. The socio-economic factors. Many students in the Free State come from poor backgrounds and may lack the necessary resources to attend school regularly. Poverty, hunger, a lack of access to necessities like food, clean water, or in some instances, any water, and electricity can make it difficult for students to focus on their studies. Many schools in the Free State lack basic infrastructure, such as adequate classrooms, textbooks, and qualified teachers. This as well makes it difficult for students to learn and succeed academically, leading them to drop out of school. Then there's violence and crime. Violence and crime are a major problem in some areas in the Free State, and this makes it unsafe for students to attend schools. Gang violence, drug abuse, and sexual assault can all contribute to a culture of fear and mistrust that can lead to students dropping out of school. Madam Speaker, addressing these issues will require a multifaceted approach that involves improving school infrastructure, addressing violence and crime in the community, improving scholar transport, and teachers must be trained to identify problems and early warning signs of potential dropouts. The DA is highly concerned with this trend of learners dropping out and will continue to place the pressure on the department to put in place effective monitoring measures that will ensure that no learner is left behind. Madam Speaker, the lack of scholar transport has also contributed, as I said, to the high dropout rate amongst learners in the Free State. Many learners, especially those who live in the rural areas, drop out of school due to the challenge they face in getting to and from school. They often have to walk long distances to school, which is not only tiring, but it also exposes them to various dangers, such as extreme weather, road accidents, and criminal activity. This not only affects the future prospects, but also has a negative impact on the economy of the province and the country as a whole. Scholar transport is essential in ensuring that all the learners have access to education, regardless of their location or economic background. Madam Speaker, the Auditor General's report stated that the department had outstanding accruals of 25,335,000 rand, payables of 152,414,000 rand, and capital commitments of 820,562,000 rand as at 31 May 2022. In addition to this, the department had a bank overdraft of 902,461,000 rand and a significant liability in the form of voted funds to be surrendered amounting to 126,638,000 rand. These events or conditions, along with other matters, indicate that a material uncertainty exists that may cast significant doubt on the department's ability to continue as a going concern. The department incurred irregular expenditure of 236,131,000 rand due to non-compliance with supply chain management requirements, and the department incurred unauthorized expenditure of 328,232,000 rand. Let that sink in. According to the Auditor General, the Provincial Education Department in the Free State did not achieve its target for the National School Nutrition Program, as learners at 50% of the schools the Auditor General visited did not receive the meals that met their daily recommended nutritional requirements. This question is whether people pay to deliver food and what consequence management is there for non-delivery of food or poor nutritional value. Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance requested the Public Protector to investigate the failed construction project at the Vogelfontein School in Bethlehem. The construction of the school at Vogelfontein was allocated 60 million rand, and after about a third was consumed by the contractor, the site was abandoned. The failure of this project had an impact on the community of Vogelfontein, whose children have to cross busy roads to have access to schools long distances away. I am pleased to report that the Auditor General stated in his report that the Public Protector is busy investigating an allegation of irregularities relating to the reconstruction of the Vogelfontein Primary School. I thank the DA. Madam Speaker, in the Western Cape, where the DA governs, let me tell you, unfortunately, the members on my right-hand side doesn't like hearing this. The Western Cape Education Department announced an exciting new initiative. It's called Rapid School Build Program, RAPID. Its aim is to deliver no less than 21 new and replacement schools for occupation at the start of 2024. That's in what, 9 months' time, 8 months' time? Which is 3 times the number of schools built last year by the same department. Now I'm asking you, Madam Speaker, when the ANC uses their entire 28 minutes they have to reply to my speech and to the budget vote, 18 minutes by a member and 10 minutes by the MEC, and decides again to use their allocated time to attack the opposition, especially the DA, making it clear that we're eating nerves. Through you, Madam Speaker, may I request them to please include how many new schools was started and completed in 1 year, last year, in the Free State. Started and completed new schools. This Rapid School Build program in the Western Cape aims to deliver 842 additional classrooms, with at least 26,000 places for learners in the province. And the Western Cape Department of Education will spend 2.9 billion this year on Rapid School Build program. Madam Speaker, the officers of the Premier analysed the performance of the Department of Education in the Free State and compiled a report that was presented before the Portfolio Committee. The purpose of this presentation is to outline the non-financial performance of the department as at the end of the 21-22 year. The Office of the Premier reported to the Education Portfolio Committee that the department only achieved an average of 48% of planned targets and did not achieve 52% of planned targets for this period. Areas where the department did not achieve their targets include the number of therapists, specialist staff in public special schools, the number of schools provided with electricity, the number of schools that offer grade R, the number of practitioners, educators trained for grade RR and grade R, the number of public schools that provides water, the number of public schools supplied with sanitation facilities, the number of schools where scheduled maintenance projects were completed. They get started, they don't get completed. The education system is an integral part of any country as it shapes the future of a nation, but by providing young minds with the necessary knowledge and skills required to build a better society in South Africa. In South Africa, the Department of Education is responsible for ensuring that every child receives a quality education. But unfortunately, the school system in the Free State province has failed in many ways. One of the major reasons for the failure in the Free State is the lack of resources. Many schools in the province are severely underfunded and lack basic resources, such as textbooks, laboratory equipment, and teaching materials. This has resulted in a situation where teachers are forced to teach without the necessary resources, making it difficult for scholars to learn effectively. There is a concerning increase of violence in schools. This includes bullying and gender-based violence. This affects the safety and well-being of the scholars, creating an environment that is not conducive to learning. Gender-based violence is a significant problem in South Africa, and teachers have an important role to play in addressing it. The department must assure that they create a safe learning environment for children. Schools should be safe places where students can learn without fear of violence or harassment. Teachers are role models for our children, and their behavior sets an example for the students to follow. But Madam Speaker, we as members of this august House are role models as well, not only to learners, but also to the larger community, including teachers, and we must endeavour to uphold ethical and professional standards, especially in the context of South Africa, where gender-based violence is a significant problem. Another major issue, Madam Speaker, is the lack of qualified teachers, which I have talked about. The education system in the Free State fails to support adequate support, to provide adequate support to teachers in the province. Therefore, it's essential that the department provide them with the necessary support, and by support I mean resources, materials, not only give them tablets and laptops, to making sure that they deliver quality education to all scholars. Textbooks, teaching aids, technology. Many of the schools in the Free State lack these basic resources. The department can also support teachers by improving their working conditions. Teachers in the Free State often face challenges such as inadequate infrastructure, overcrowded classrooms, and insufficient support staff. Addressing these challenges will not only improve the working conditions for teachers, but will also create a better environment. Dedicated teachers are excellent role models. Teachers who go above and beyond their duties should be acknowledged for their efforts. The DA salutes all the dedicated teachers. Madam Speaker, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, yes, here we go. It's a term used to describe the current and emerging technological advancement and in various industries, such as manufacturing, healthcare, and education. Madam Speaker, a fourth industrial revolution-driven Department of Education should be empowering scholars with essential skills for the future workforce. The jobs of the future will require these new sets of skills. The use of digital technologies in the classroom will help students develop these skills early on, preparing them for the demands of the 21st century. The MEC mentioned in his speech that the department is preparing for the fourth industrial revolution, and laptops and tablets were handed out. But Madam Speaker, what is the use of all this advanced technology if some of our schools do not even have electricity? I've been on oversight to schools that has computers, but no internet connection. I've been on oversight to schools that has computers, but no electricity. Madam Speaker, these scholars are being failed by the education system. They are being excluded from the exciting, bright future from the fourth industrial revolution. Madam Speaker, these scholars are left behind. I see I'm running out of time, so I'll cut it. I'll say everything, the fourth industrial revolution must be available to every scholar in the Free State. Nobody must be left behind. And I'm going to leave with this, again, African proverb. Learning is the most difficult skill to learn, and the most important to have. I thank you.
Honorable MEC Meko.
Speaker, thank you very much. The Premier of the Free State, the people of the Free State, entire honorable members, protocol observed. Speaker, I have no doubt that Honorable Peter Way understands these things. He has been a member of the legislature for the longest, except that the desperation to score political points, I think, renders her to be not factual. We know that the ANC in the province of the Free State is not only excelling with regard to issues of the matric results, but that excelling is underpinned by a clear plan in terms of how we deal with matters of education. And Honorable Makalo, to a large extent, did indicate the interconnectedness between our understanding and approach on matters of education and other areas of life, other areas of human endeavor like economics. Free State has got a clear plan around the issue of the scholar transport. The statistics must be appreciated in a context appreciating the conditions of this province. We are not Western Cape. We are here precisely because of you and the people of the Free State, and we can't tell you about Gauteng, we'll tell you about Free State. Given the nature of our province, we are vast, and the issues of topography, we take into account that school transport, the plan around it, will take into account that decisions will be informed by the fact that other areas are viable or not in order to employ schools transport. And that's why, complementing such a decision, the Department of Education then adopted an approach of the hostel schools. In other words, in areas where transport can't, as a result of the fact that there's not been infrastructure rolled out, we have then creatively employed the issue of the hostel schools, and is doing very much well in ensuring that no learner is excluded from the schools. I am very positive. The new mechanism she's talking about, where DA governs additional schools, certainly they don't include the people of Kailish. All of these things are intended for people elsewhere, as opposed to where our people are. Consistent, of course, with the plan and the history of our legacy of spatial development and exclusion of other people from these important amenities of life. But let's make a point about the history. The then Minister of Native Affairs, Dr. Hendricks Vervoort, the architect of apartheid, stated, I paraphrase, in 1953, wait for it because we'll explain why we indicate this here. There is no place for the Bantu in the European community. And that act of 1953 was to ensure that blacks would have only just enough education to work as unskilled laborers. Is it not the same as these new mechanisms of Western Cape? Establish the similarities. It is important to, there's a new narrative being built that we must dislocate history from today. As I define myself as Thabo Meko, you will appreciate me when I say Thabo Mek, if I say Thabo, you'll still wonder who is this person. Because the moment I include the surname, I reflect history. I am the son of Ntate Meko and Memek. That is history. Now, the importance of history, we continue until today to refuse that it must be not part of the equation of who we define ourselves. 1994, the then president of the ANC and the country, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, I as well paraphrase. Education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. This is when South Africa took a decision to break away from the horrendous history of the exclusion of other social groups in the country of their birth. 2 years later, after 1953, our people came together in 1955 and reacted by redefining the policy and alternative policy education against the draconian education policy of the apartheid government of the forefathers of my friends on my left. Clause number 6 of the Freedom Charter declared the doors of learning shall be open to all. It's not only saying blacks, black and white in this country. This clarion call we're explaining was a foresight by the people, our people, to respond to Dr. Vervoer's Bantu Education Act of 1958. And this was not a racial segregation, by the way, or an exclusion, a type of the policy or of the hatred of another social group at the expense of the others. But let's also, just in a second, trace the relationship of our country and the international world. Let's see what the international world is saying. A Nobel Prize winner, Amartya Sen, is an Indian economist, and of course many others who joined him on his seminal piece, Development, Economics and Social Indicators, in the article, Equality of What? He argued that political freedom, education, conducive environment, equality and standard of living must also be key consideration in addition to economic growth when considering development. It is now acceptable to argue that the performance of governments all over the world should be measured against the concrete capabilities of their citizens. And of course, that poverty be viewed as a deprivation of their basic capabilities. This argument underpinned the notion of a developmental state whose foundation is education. And South Africa has committed itself to build a developmental state. Lastly, in its 2019 Human Development Report entitled Beyond Income, Beyond Averages, Beyond Today, Inequalities in Human Development in the 21st Century, the United Nations Development Programme cites the developmental cost of not investing equitably in human capabilities by stating that, I quote, inequalities in human development hurt societies and weaken social cohesion and the people's trust in government institutions and each other. And that's why we were shocked that others denied not so long recent history that apartheid was declared a crime against humanity by the same United Nations. We conclude by saying a person's capability to live a good life is defined in terms of the set of valuable the beings and doings, like being in good health. Like-minded policy thinking throughout the whole world, informed multilateral developmental initiatives, most prominently the Millennium Developmental Goals and subsequently Sustainable Developmental Goals. An underlying and driving assumption in this regard is the notion of agency transcending exclusivity economic measures. Subsequent scholars, for example, have highlighted the distinction between agency and well-being. Among those is Klassen and many of them. Noted that at some point that it is one thing for a person to have a high level of well-being, however you determine, it is quite another to be an agent, which means thoroughly to lead a life which one decides for oneself what to do. Policy direction, policy trajectory of the ANC throughout has been underpinned by this set of values as espoused by progressive human beings throughout. Let's appreciate Honorable Makalo for his policy statement today. Thank you very much for linking education and the economy. We're thankful that you are fashioning curriculum content to the skills required for our agenda to grow the economy, to transform it, and ensure that everybody participates and benefit. Human development must correspond directly to economic development. The introduction of entrepreneurship and agriculture schools will be a game changer to integrate and introduce progressive businessmen and women who will be loyal to the country's strategic objectives, the poor and the workers. And of course, fashion their business operation in such a way that they do indeed help us to confront and deal with the challenges facing the Africans and poor in particular. And this is an indication, by the way, in disagreement with Dr. Fulfoot, that the role of Africans and blacks is not only to be the suppliers of labor, but they also possess capabilities which were said by these international scholars to be able to be employers and to contribute directly to the economy of their country. On quality education, because we know that this narrative has been pursued that, hey, they remain number one, but they are not producing quality results. Let's demonstrate. Free State is amongst the 3 provinces who obtain 40% of bachelors of pass rate. We're number 2 in the country in maths and science. We're number 1 in 26 subjects across the country. Number 1 in life sciences and accounting. And for the first time ever, Free State is number 1 on technical maths. You tell me that is not quality education, and you expose me or workshop me around quality education. Honorable Klute, we agree with you. In fact, the legislature has adopted a policy that the prominent language in this country is not a political decision, but is the characterization of the people in this province, is Southern Sotho, and others follow. It is our ideal, and I'm sure it's an objective we'll pursue. But the ANC is not delusional, neither naive. It appreciates the character of our country, largely the economy, and the fact that we are not an island. We exist in relation to our brothers and sisters in Africa and the rest of humanity elsewhere in the world. So we agree with you around the issues of the language in schools. Dropouts, it can't be an opportunistic issue which is understood outside proper statistics. Dropout as well is as a result of socio-economic factors. And we can't, to a large extent, do anything about it, especially in the short term. It is our desire. Because some people live for greener pastures. We have a vision to build this province. The Premier, through the State of the Province address, says the collective of the leadership in the province must ensure that we engage in a new growth path. Part of what involves that is to ensure that we intervene in the economy and we build a thriving economy and which will attract our people to invest in it, and of course to ensure that they don't migrate out of our province. And by the way, when the Premier responded to the State of the Province address, he articulated very acutely and located that part of the problems that we're confronted with as a country, by the way, and as a province, are lying in the legacy of our history. You would know how provinces were apportioned. Free State was given judiciary, this other province was given economic issues and wara. And the spatial development of apartheid, which are the issues which we're responding to as of now. And we were so radical in 2009 with regard to the matters of education. And we took everything else that we had, massive investment in education, because we said, this is our recourse. This will be our response in dealing with the challenges facing our province. Honorable Peter Way, we agree with you that Free State continues to do well. And other provinces have accepted that. And I support part of those provinces is the Department of, is the Western Cape. Precisely because of political decisions that this province at some point had to take to ensure that in line with the Freedom Charter, access to education for all, every black child, for that matter, who were historically denied, is able to attend school. Part of our mechanism currently is that we've established no-fee schools. We're going towards what the Freedom Charter has called free education for all. Except that the reality of our country and our people, we've got to appreciate that there were these ones who were systematically excluded to access education throughout. Now, it is our efforts, it is our intention that no child must not be able to go to school. To that extent, it has been legislated in the Constitution. Or if a child can't go to school, all those who are responsible, from our communities to parents to the leadership, you are liable to prison. And this was in demonstration of our seriousness to ensure that in education we invest for the future. In education we invest for the growth, economic growth and development of the economy in our country and in our province. The ANC welcomes the policy directive of the MEC of Education, and very pleased that we're building on our strength so that we ensure that where there are challenges, we're able to attend to some of those challenges with regard to areas where the infrastructure is still probably is old, the infrastructure is requires maintenance. The tikatikanyetso tsa ditšhelete, they are on the basis ya selemong seo sa ditšhelete. And that's why planets are on involved already. These are the things Tlerta Dieta Silemon Sena Sadi Chelet, Realebo and ANC Amuela, the budget vote or itla reappeal. Thank you very much, Speaker.
The Honorable MEC may now reply to the debates.
Okay, Speaker. Thank you very much. Let's start here, Speaker. Maybe we need to amplify what's the role of education first. And where do we locate education in our developmental program as the country? I think that will at least go a long way in trying to assist other members to assist. And you can't try and isolate education and make it a standalone and expect and starts to view it differently. But before we go, the Speaker, when we presented this budget, I was browsing quickly through the speech to try and see where I have said this 17 billion rand is enough for education. I couldn't find that expression that suggests that the amount of this budget allocated is sufficient. And we all know that there's no government department that has a sufficient allocation for obvious reasons. It depends on the economic or the strength of the fiscus. In the country where there is these levels of unemployment, the state collects limited money or revenue through the taxes, and that money is allocated, including to education. So, to come and wants to project as if with this little allocation, we are able to do miracles, I think it's unfortunate. We have presented a budget and said, and we have demonstrated that with the little that we have done more with it. That's the first point of departure. Insufficient as it is, but we're able to make some strides, and we have reflected on some of the achievement. But let's address this issue, Honorable Speaker. We said when we started, we are only 28 years or so into democracy. Where we want to go as the country, we have not arrived there. We are still in the process. And part of where we say we must arrive at is a situation where even the level of education, access, quality, success, and everything should be achieved by everyone. And the reason I'm raising it is because we have not came anywhere closer in addressing the inequalities which were done by organizations. Some of them are in this house on the left-hand side. We have never inherited a system which was perfect. But let me remind them, majority of the people that are here, those that went through the schooling system, they have never even experienced what it is to be in a brick and mortar classroom. The brick and mortar classroom, you would find it deliberately in your cities, because that's how skewed apartheid was applying its budgets to take the money, including that of the majority, to improve the towns where it was whites only staying. That's the type of the inequalities and the gaps which we have inherited in the system. Now, you cannot expect that while we are not doing what you were doing, because we are conscious, we are responsible, while we are addressing the backlog, we have not taken anything away even from those schools. Despite that, they still have an advantage, because in those schools, the parents are able to pay the school fees, which they continue to improve the school. So when you see some of the schools in the township and others in town being so different, it is wrong to understand this to mean that we are unable to manage resources or are irresponsible. Majority of our black people, they are in the no-fee paying schools because the parents can't afford to pay. And the little which is that they have, that they get from the fiscals, that's what they all have to live with it, which is insufficient. While those other ones in the cities, the parents afford to pay, they continue to have all the things that they need. The reason I've emphasized the issue of partnerships, and the reason that some of the people in this house, they are from the corporates, is because there are South Africans who understand the importance of education. They don't come and grandstand on the rooftop and start to point fingers, where do we go wrong? But they have taken a conscious decision to say, let's lend a helping hand. That is why many of the businesses, they play this important role. And it would have been preferable that some of the honorable members, instead of just waiting in their corner, grandstanding and pointing fingers, conveniently and selectively, that they could at least play a meaningful role and say, how can we help in the system? More so when we know that their organizations have played a part in creating, we are in this mess because of them. And we are still far from addressing that mess. Nonetheless, we have made tremendous strides in addressing it. And let's remind them, because I know Constitution, they normally like to quote it when it's convenient. We know education, the right to basic education, is a constitutional right. And in subsection 2 of section 29, paragraph C, it clearly makes it cautions government, the state, that in addressing or in giving access to these rights, do everything. But one of the things that you must take into cognizance is the fact you must recognize all of these disparities caused by racial laws. They don't read that part when they come and grandstand there and tell us that the education in the Free State is failing. They do it selectively. They don't want us to go there because it reminds them that we are in this mess because of them. But let me tell them, we must condemn an attempt to create an impression that education system in the Free State is failing. But let me put it categorically clear. The education system in the Free State is functional and is impactful. And we don't just see it in terms of the metric results. You see it throughout, including some of the people that are produced by the very province of the Free State, who are leading society in various aspects, being in the corporate or anywhere else. You find the Free Staters that are there. They did not just have that capacity by the Holy Spirit. They woke up being skilled. It's because of the education system of the province. What other people are not telling you is that this department, for the past 6 years consecutively, has been achieving unqualified audit with that budget relative to the others for the past 6 years consecutively. And we must dispel the notion that irregular expenditure suggests otherwise, as the money is wasted, and so it may be some of the compliance issues, which necessarily does not mean that the money has been misappropriated. But importantly, it is not true that there's no investment. For those that had access to the speech, which all honorable members have, they would have taken note that from ECD phase, from primary schools, secondary schools, in whatever allocation that was made there, it constitutes, or there's an allocation for teacher development. Because the teachers play the most important role. They are the biggest asset of the department through which we deliver the quality education. There is no way which we can leave the teacher development behind. And to say it is in bits and pieces, give us more money so that we can train everyone all at once as we want. That is why we appreciate the role of the stakeholders, because part of what they are doing in form of their intervention clearly is in relation to that. But we need to understand clearly that, like I said, you can't isolate the schools from what is happening in the community. Actually, the schools mirrors what is happening in the society. Where you have society where there is violence, where there is the social ills and so on, the schools are bound to be affected. That is why in whatever we do, we take the communities along. We say the communities play a role in ensuring that we become the role models. Education is not a departmental, it's a societal matter. Everyone needs to play a role, including the opposition. They must come and say, and roll their sleeves and say, how do we help? Not come and say how we are failing. So Free State will continue doing well. Thank you very much.
The reply by Honorable MEC concludes the debate on vote 6, education. We now proceed to motion 2. The Secretary shall read the motion.
That the second reading debate on the Appropriation Bill number 2 of 2023 be continued with human settlements, vote 13.
Honorable members, the vote before the House is vote 13, human settlements. The Honorable MEC, Mr. Magume, may now address the House.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier, in absentia, fellow members of the Executive Council, members of the Legislature, Marena Lady Host, Executive Mayors present, Mayors, Honorable Speakers, Chief Whips, and Councillors, Director General of the Province, Heads of Departments, Veterans and Stalwarts of the Liberation Struggle, Stakeholders in the human settlement, value chain, ladies and gentlemen, and citizens of this beautiful province. Just 4 days ago, on the 10th of April, South Africa and her people commemorated the 30th anniversary since the brutal killing of Chris Hani, a fearless freedom fighter, a leader of the South African Communist Party, and the Chief of Staff of Mkhonto Wesizwe. Most of us know who Chris was. And today, we have not gathered here to talk about the history of Chris Hani. Speaking at the rally organized by the ANC in 1992, Hani said the following, I quote, "Socialism is the most important decent shelter for those who are homeless. Socialism is about water for those who have no safe drinking water. And socialism is about health care. It is about a life of dignity for the old." Close quote. These words decidedly became the fabric of the type of the social democracy that is underpinned by the elements of progressivism, the type which unashamedly located the ruling party as a tribune of the people, which leans towards the poor and the working class while pursuing the common prosperity of all South Africans in general. In our view, Hani stood for freedom in the broadest terms and sense of the word freedom, associated not with just political and civil rights, but also substantive freedom from objective and grinding poverty and unemployment, from social deprivation and hunger and disease, and from the areas of individualism and materialism that blights our country and the society. A freedom which sees the progressive realization of the social, economic, and human rights that are fundamental to living full, decent, productive, rich, and rewarding lives. Madam Speaker, I would like therefore to dedicate this budget speech today to the late Comrade Grisani in his honor and memory. Our basis of action and of our revolution, the Freedom Charter, which we adopted in 1955, declares as follows: "There shall be houses, security, and comfort," which further states that, I quote, all people shall have the right to live where they choose, to be decently housed, and to bring up their families in comfort and security. Unused housing spaces shall be made available to all the people. Close quote. The Freedom Charter has laid the foundation through which our constitution was drafted. The right has been made a reality by the government of the African National Congress. Madam Speaker, our constitution guarantees every citizen the right to have access to housing, in terms of which the state must make reasonable legislative and measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of this right. To reiterate the words I have uttered during the appointment in this portfolio, I quote, "The essence of the mandate of which we are responsible for, human settlement, is the core of humanity. We therefore cannot be an inhuman department. We need to be a human settlement department." Madam Speaker, it will be remiss of us not to make mention of the fact that there was a time when our province was shining post the democratic breakthrough of 1994. For example, there was a time when the Free State Department of Housing received the Governing Beki Awards, showcasing excellency, best practices, and healthy competition amongst provinces. It was, however, not long lasting until the down spiral will begin in the province, caused by jobs for piles, appointment of incompetent officials, and the myriad of issues that contributed to the ugly recent past we came to learn and experience, and the past that we are prepared to correct. We deliver this budget vote under tremendous pressure, given the challenges that the best of our provinces. Some of these challenges are historic, flowing from historical injustices of colonialism and apartheid. Others are due to subjective and objective failures as government, whilst others are due to corruption. In the context of our province, the Free State province, the speed, the delivery services were hugely hamstrung by the act of maleficence and corruption as revealed by the number of audit outcomes and blunted demonstration by the State Capture Commission. Most of these facts and acts were deliberately to steal from the poor of the poorest. The perpetrators of these acts exploited most of our progressive resolutions as the movement, the ANC, and revolutionary slogans and the ideals and the dreams that Chris Hani had lived for, and behind our people their grand loot. Consequently, our government has been unable to deliver adequate houses to the people, as well as the removal of the toxic asbestos 4-roomed houses built by the apartheid government. We are trying to correct what has happened to us in the past. Due to the high levels of the corrupt activities, our communities were left with many incomplete houses. There is still a snail pace in eradicating mud houses, and the number of plot projects is also high. We still have always subjected and suspected that money meant for our people was stolen. We will never have known the extent of grand scale looting if it was not for Zondo Commission, amongst others, our law enforcement authorities, whistleblowers, and indeed the South African media. We commend and we really praised everyone who made it possible and sure that they exposed the extent of corruption in our province and in our country. In honor of Chris Hani, we shall do everything in our power to assist the law enforcement institutions in their investigation to uncover what really happened and deal harshly with the culprits. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity and express my gratitude for the honor bestowed on me by the African National Congress to lead this Department of Human Settlement as an MEC. I must acknowledge that indeed it's a very momentous and very high task lying ahead, as this is one of the critical departments that are at the coalface of service delivery across the Free State Province. As the world moves to realize the Agenda 2030 and its sustainable development goals, we recognize that eradicating poverty in all its forms and dimensions is the greatest global challenge and indispensable requirement for sustainable development. Madam Speaker, despite reasonable rate of delivery over the last 25 years, the rate at which we demand and the demand for housing has been escalating, both due to population growth and the urban migration. It has been exceedingly higher than could be met, even by a high rate of housing delivery. As Human Settlement Free State, we have been plagued by negative publicity, impacting adversely on the image of the department. We acknowledge that as a sector, we need to rebrand ourselves and ensure that true housing infrastructure, previously economically excluded communities, can be provided with tangible assets, enhancing their livelihood and equally providing getaway to participate more favorable towards market economy, whilst addressing poverty and homelessness. Madam Speaker, over the years, we have made good strides with integration of services that sought to respond to comprehensively to human needs. This was through radical spatial transformation. In order to continue on this trajectory and ensure meaningful participation by all stakeholders, we require an integrated approach that seeks to address development challenges. And this is in terms of the spatial, urban, and human settlements development, which replaces the old apartheid spatial planning. We need to ensure that we work together and we have direct focus to developmental agenda for the people of the Free State. Having said that, our focus will be more on actions and priorities that will make meaningful differences in our communities, enable real progress within the next financial year, and lay a foundation for a sustainable human settlement into the future. Madam Speaker, our main focus in the current financial year will be to accelerating the completion of the incomplete houses, eradication of mud houses, prioritizing houses for military veterans, and removal of asbestos roofs, informal settlements upgrading, and eradication of title deeds backlog remains our key priorities. Moreover, this year in June, we are celebrating 100 years of the land that was stolen by 1913 Act. Motsamai wa dipuisano, selemong sena re tla shebana haholo le ho qetella matlo a sa leng a siwa ke bo ga dikontraka a sa fellang, bo ga dikontraka bao re a ba batla ka molao. Re tla boela re tsepamisa maikutlo ho phediso ya matlo a mobu a se bophelo bo botle bo, ho potlakisa ka ho kaho ya matlo ao mokaubere ya ntwa ya tokoloho a dulang ho yona, le ho ntsha marulelo a di-asbestos, le ho potlakisa lenaneo la ho fa beng ba matlo mangolo a thuo hore ba bene le tumelo ya hore ke matlo le lefatshe la bona. Madam Speaker, allow me to address issues relating to good governance within the Department of Human Settlement. The department has made modest and bold strides in ensuring that it remains committed to the prescripts of the PMFA and the PAA as amended. However, during the 2021-22 financial year, the department received qualified audit opinion from the Auditor General of South Africa. A very sad story. But now, in improving this situation, Madam Speaker, we have developed an audit action plan to address these deficiencies. We are also capacitating our Finance Directorate, in particular the Supply Chain Management Unit, as most of the audit findings and queries emanate from this unit, e.g. the issue of tender irregularities. Madam Speaker, in an effort to professionalize and improve service delivery, the department is currently engaging the University of the Free State to conduct what we call skills audit on its behalf, and in line with the national framework towards professionalization of the public service. The process seeks that the department has the requisite skills, qualifications, experience, relevant competencies to carry out the mandate of the public service in general. It is not in no way trying to punish anyone, but we are trying to repurpose the department to meet its mandate. Carrying out this important initiative is not by any means targeting certain individual, but it is mainly aimed to address skills alignment with the needs of the people and the public service. This, Madam Speaker, will ensure that the department is ready to redirect its focus in order to provide basic service delivery imperatives such as decent housing with proper water and sanitation, an enabling environment for job creation, as well as decent roads networks that lead to various amenities. In an effort to prevent the defect, fraud and corruption in the public service, the department is currently conducting lifestyle audits. Re a tseba hore hona le batho ba phelang ho feta megolo ya bona. This is critical and equally a legitimate management tool that forms part of the department system of risk management. The exercise derives its mandate from the Prevention and Combat of Corruption Activities Act of 2004. So asi thato ya rona ki thato ya molao, as well as Public Service Regulation of 2016. The department is currently experiencing weak controls as a result of limited segregation of duties. This provides an opportunity for professionals to conceal their fraudulent actions with relevant ease. It is therefore expected that all officials within the department will cooperate fully and support the initiative for purposes of restoring dignity, embracing a capable and ethical state. Madam Speaker, the report of the Auditor General highlighted observations that are both constructive and adversarial with respect to our performance as a department. Although harsh in material respect, these observations constitute the basis upon which we can assess ourselves and improve for better. So the audit queries are not necessarily a shame, but they provide us an opportunity to assess ourselves and improve for better. Key amongst these observations are as follows. Human settlement in the Free State as a result of many years of poor decision making remains one of the most struggling departments in the country in terms of achievement of targets. unsatisfactory audit evidence to support our performance. 3, poor and weak record keeping, which could be due to honest omissions or deliberate concealment of foul play. 4, lack of consequence management, which encourages conditions for officials and some in the leadership to act dishonestly and with impunity. 5, absolute lack of sufficient evidence to demonstrate that disciplinary action is undertaken and adhered to against officials and some of us who are in the leadership who incur unauthorized and irregular expenditure. Madam Speaker, as a result of the above mentioned, we are gravely concerned that the department has subsequently regressed from unqualified to qualified audit opinion in the financial year of 2021-2022. We have thus reviewed the department's implementation for adversarial findings raised in the previous year, and based on the interaction with management and a thorough root cause analysis in the internal report and the external auditors general's report, and all matters have not been adequately addressed as yet in order to avert recurring audit outcomes. However, to effectively address and prevent repeat audit outcomes, this remains a high priority for the department in the 2022-2023 financial year, as well as the outer years that are coming. To that effect, Madam Speaker, with the assistance of the fully functional oversight committees, such as the Audit Committee, the department remains steadfast to ensure that the audit actions plans, based on the recommendation by both the internal and external auditors, are adequately and effectively implemented, as well as being frequently monitored. With regards to risk management, the department's risk register consists of 85 risks, of which 10 are strategic and 75 are operational. Our strategic risk remains the priority of the department and are being closely monitored. The department has implemented mitigation strategies for the 75 operational ones and are being continuously monitored and to acceptance on tolerance levels. The Risk Management Committee chairperson position, which has been vacant and funded, has been advertised and will be filled in the first quarter of 2023-2024 financial year. The department is committed to fighting corruption within the human settlement sector, as we have witnessed that the much publicized arrest and suspicion of individuals connected with the asbestos case. The department is expecting further arrest of officials connected with the certifying and payment of services that were not completely delivered. For example, the Botterville Foundation's matter, whereby only 8 foundations were casted and the contract claimed to be 50 foundations. The department further submitted 4 more possible cases of corruption to the Hawks for further investigation and prosecution. The investigations arose as a result of alleged various fraudulent activities, detecting involving falsification of qualifications, tampering with beneficiary information, acquiring B&G houses, and collusion with contractors and private individuals to defraud the department. This means those who are benefiting are not benefiting, and those who are supposed to benefit are not at all benefiting. Only individuals who are defrauding the department are benefiting. The Hawks are further investigating 3 major projects relating to material irregularities, namely the G Hostel matter in Machabe, the Mangaung Dark and Silver City, top and bottom sites, and lastly the Bohlokong Vogelefontein matter. These projects have been ongoing for many years, and public funds were unlawfully spent without projects being completed. Madam Speaker, the people of the Free State can be assured today that these public funds will be recovered and benefit them all. The department has further carried out an anti-corruption activity in Mangaung Hillside View project, and this was aimed at verifying lawful occupancy of 632 units. The preliminary report revealed that more than 18 houses are occupied by illegal occupants. These were assisted by human settlement officials. These officials are now undergoing various disciplinary processes. The department wishes to give an assurance that these operations will be extended to most areas in the province in order to root out corruption wherever it rears its ugly head, but to ensure that those who qualify to occupy those houses, they do so with peace, security, and comfort. It is important to note that the department is currently embarking on an immediate review of vetting process, especially, or we have started with officials within the supply chains. This is given by the audit report outcomes. It will be expected that of these officials to be in possession of the vetting and the valid security clearance. Madam Speaker, the department strives for accountability and sustainability in management public finances, hence these pronouncements. We continue to cooperate with the Office of the Auditor General to be responsive towards the execution of the Public Finance Management Act. The previous financial year posed some great challenges to the department's kitty, which resulted in the department losing a total of 150 of the HSDG 100 million and SIUP 50 million to the national revenue. On the 31st March 2023, Minister Mamuloko Kubai made major and exciting pronouncements around policy changes that affected human settlement sector in a positive way. The minister emphasized that these policy changes come at a time when the country is facing serious changing economic, climatic, and environmental conditions in the human settlement sector. Henceforth, all BNG houses will be fitted with solar panels. RDP solar panel. Houses for people living with disability will be fitted with butler bars. Order,
please pause on MC to our guests, please. This is still the sitting of the house. We have to maintain the decorum of the house. Our guests are not supposed to participate. Please, distinguished guests, proceed, Honorable MC.
For those in rural areas, their houses will have rainwater harvesting equipment. Madam Speaker, in an effort to be responsive to the current global economic challenges, the Minister has made the announcements as follows. These are the changes from the 1st of April. The BNG service and top structure will move from 119,887 to 255,364. Houses for persons with disability will move from 209,070 to 271,166. Military veterans houses will move from 240,060 rand to 312,069. First home finances will move from 130,000 to 169,000. Social housing will move from 327,000 to 424,000. These adjustments will therefore ensure that we speed up the pace of delivery and equally address the quality of the houses we provide to beneficiaries. We believe that these changes will ensure avoidance of the projects being abandoned and encourage contractors to deliver quality work on time. Madam Speaker, let me outline this budget vote alongside the priorities and illustrate how we will use our funds to focus on our targets, support these priorities. Beneficiary management and national housing needs register. Motsamaiso wa mosebetsi ho bohlokwa hore setjhaba se tsebe hore lefapha lena le la batho ba ingodisitseng bakeng sa ho ahelwa matlo. Sena le setla se fedisa ditlaleho tsa bolotsana bo fetolang manane ana a batho ba entseng kopo tsa matlo. Batho ba ingodisitseng bana le monyetla wa ho dula ba fetola ntlha tsa bona lenaneng leo. Basebetsi ba di masepala le basebetsi ba bang ba se ba fumantshitswe thupello ya ho sebetsa ka program ena. Mabitso a batho a fumantshweng matlo a tla nkuwa lenaneng lena. To date, a total number of captured beneficiaries of the NHNR is 280,722. Of these, 14,094 are approved on housing subsidy. Madam Speaker, from the segregated data collected, the system shows that more people are interested in acquiring service sites than houses. Hence, our focus will be on the land release and program. Madam Speaker, the National Women Settlement Development Grant allocation for this current financial year is 884 million, and the informal settlement partnership grant, it will be 252,209,000, referred as in as Annexure A and B, and will be used to complete the following projects. Equitable share of amount 220 million at the rate of 6%, 0.6%. Human settlement grant amount of 848 million. Informal settlements upgrading grant 252 million. Compensation of employees 209 million, which is at the 2% increase, and the COC accounts for 95%. We have identified 9,090 incomplete houses across the province, and this is captured in our housing subsidy system. The largest concentration of incomplete houses is here in Phuthaditjhaba, with 3,316, followed by Thabo Mfutsanyane, 3,020, Mangaung, 1,695, Lejoliputswa, 661, and the Khabiripi district, 575. For the current financial year, we are completing 1,175 units. We are in the discussion with the National Building Registration Council to conclude and to conduct the structural integrity assessment on an incomplete houses older than 5 years. This will assist in making sure that the process of constructing these houses are acceptable. To give effect to this priority, we have embarked on an identification and assessment of these houses. So municipalities, please bring the issues that concern disabilities and old people. To date, 305 mud houses have been identified across the province. The plan is to eradicate all of these in the next 2 financial years. For the current financial year, 140 will be eradicated. Most of the houses are located within Mangaung municipality as well as Thabo Mfutsanyane. Madam Speaker, it goes without saying that asbestos and roofing is one of the critical issues affecting the image of the department. Therefore, the rollout plan will address a total of 36,000 asbestos roofs in various communities across the province. This will be a multi-year project. For the current financial year, we are planning to remove 2,000 asbestos roofs in various towns. For flips, we are also implemented 80 housing units in the previous financial year, and the plan was to actually put 80 housing units, but we managed to put 151, and for this financial year we are planning to erect 200 units of the flips. With the military veterans, for this financial year we are planning to build 50 in various areas, but also subject to the Department of Military and Veterans Association. The completion of the Dark and Silver City as well as G-Hostel community residential units will yield 1,592 units. Implementation of these projects has come with its own challenges within the construction schedule. I have already said that we are looking at this. Madam Speaker, in summary, our total target of units to be constructed is 3,395, and they have been escalated according to military veterans, residential units, the mud houses, and the flips. We will intensify the completion of the 2,614 housing projects in Refengkgotso, Dennisville, with a target of 300 units and 240 title deeds to be delivered in this financial year 2023-2024. We have partnered with HDA and we are prioritizing the provision of the temporary shelters to 24 qualifying beneficiaries of Kababa flats. These people experienced a disaster last year. We will be also piloting the initiative in Nyakalong, Island Reach, in Machabeng, local municipalities, post the disaster that has struck the area. In terms of the envisioned mega development in the province, the department through HDA purchased approximately 600 hectares of land in Phuthaditjhaba in Metsimaholo. The land purchase have currently undergone developmental planning and township processes. Subsequent to that, an extensive master plan was developed. The HDA, as an implementation arm of the Department of Health, has also committed with processes and enlisted Sasolburg property development for funding infrastructure, what we call ISA. Part of the process required submission of the proposal and the project. We will also accelerating an integrated housing development through the revival of Pakisa, the Mega and the QwaQwa Getaway projects, and the completion of the Vista Park. Madam Speaker, the provision of safe environments, especially human settlement, is not only about providing dignified housing shelter about our people, it speaks directly to the restoration of the dignity. The President in 2023 SONA issuing of a title deed, he has made this call that 1 million houses amounting to about 242 billion worth of assets needs to be transferred to the poor. As the Free State, we are making a budget of 16 million and to campaign for the acceleration of the title deeds that will start now in April. The annual target of registration of title deeds is set as follows. The backlog, 4,580, and new title deeds, 1,880. There is a plan to issue the title deeds to benefit monthly as from May 2023 up until the 31st of March 2024. Madam Speaker, my predecessor in the financial year, in the previous financial year, indicated that the rapid land release program is being made available for Free State residents. Therefore, it is our priority to have the land being released to those who need land, so that people can also build on their own. The project delivery of this target in 2023 financial year, both from the informal settlements and Greenfield project, it's 5,395. Madam Speaker, in partnership with the FDA, we are continuing to identify the development opportunities for sites and service repeat land release. This will entail allocation of service sites to qualifying end user beneficiaries who will be able to construct their own houses at the strategic locations. Madam Speaker, it goes without saying that we have not been very successful in upgrading the informal settlements in the past financial year and have lagged behind in implementing the projects due to delays in procurement. In partnership with HDA, we have upgraded 2 informal settlements, Machabeng Local Municipality, Unit 3 and 17 in Melody, with fully functional water and sewer reticulation. In this financial year, we will implement 54 projects throughout the province, covering 52 informal settlements on various phases and of upgrading. The Appropriation Local Municipality to augment the bulk water line and reticulate 800 sites, with the remainder of 900 sites to be completed in the outer years. Madam Speaker, we also intend the implementation of the commonly known area as Moitrai in Metsimaholo Local Municipality in order to commence with the installation of 2,962. However, for this financial year, we are only targeting 150 sites, with the remainder planned for the outer years. This is in line with the wastewater treatments, the works that the area has already planned to commence with. We have succeeded in completing the formalization of the Slovo Park by paying informal settlements in Masilonyane Local Municipality during the 22-23 financial year. We will be proceeding with the plans to reticulate these settlements. The department also continues to strive and support the following municipalities for accreditation: Mangaung Metro Municipality, Mukhaka, Dihlabeng, Malutiapofu, Metsi Maholo, and Machabeng Local Municipality. In the current financial year, we will continue to support municipalities to update their accreditation business plans and implementation support programs. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we duly accept that there are no easy solutions to any challenges we are facing. It is through developing strength and the means to overcome same. This therefore calls for every one of us, including the opposition on my left side, to put all hands on the deck and work together decisively in order to resolve challenges facing by our people. It is imperative that as a department, we take our communities along in any initiative pertaining to the developmental agenda. We need to work as a team, identify gaps in the implementation of all our priorities, and move out of our comfort zones with a view to have a learning experience. We have recently strengthened our relationship with sectors and entities that are assisting us as a sector and as a department. We will continue to pursue the transformation against the apartheid spatial land development patterns of social and racial exclusion. The primary objective is to facilitate and create a sustainable human settlement and improve the quality of household life. I will therefore, Madam Speaker, like to thank the Premier, my colleagues in ESCO, the members of the Provincial Legislature, HOD in my department, the supporting staff, the entire working force and the broader staff in the department. A special word of gratitude and appreciation to my wife and children, Busi, Lungi, Newo, Tando and Bali, for their unconditional support. I therefore, Madam Speaker, present the 2023-2024 budget of the Department of Human Settlement. Thank you.
We proceed to the debates on the Honorable MEC's presentation of the budget vote on human settlements. I will call Honorable Muleleki to address the House.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. And I want to greet Honorable Deputy Speaker Medusi Mapena, the Premier in absentia, members of the Provincial Legislature, members of Executive Council together with their HODs, Executive Mayors, Speakers and Municipal Managers, traditional leaders, distinguished guests and esteemed guests, Dumela. Honorable Speaker, our government derives its approach to human settlement from the injunction contained in the Freedom Charter that says there shall be houses, security and comfort. In truth, the demand for sustainable human settlement in our country has been on the increase and our pace of delivery has been slower than the rate of increase. Our Constitution provides that everyone shall have the right of access to adequate housing. Since the dawn of democracy, our government has been making every effort to ensure the majority of South Africans who for the longest of time had been denied this right get access to housing. However, the housing needs have over the years been growing faster than the supply. The supply side of the housing market has experienced multiple challenges, subjective and objectives. Subjective challenges include weaknesses of housing project implementation, and the objective challenges include the availability of well-located land for housing development projects, building fiscal resources, and now the COVID-19 pandemic. As an expression of these, 4 key drivers has been identified. They are the radical acceleration of housing opportunities, radical implementation of innovative solutions and integrated approach to human settlement, radical empowerment and job creation. Honorable Speaker, through our radical innovative approach that we have adopted, we want to ensure a significant push towards getting our people into houses and also towards giving people ownership through title deeds. This is vital as in both instances we are creating a better life for our people, while also restoring the dignity of our residents, giving our past injustices. It was our intention to use this exercise to assess and monitor the participation of human and youth contractors in the construction of houses. In addition, the department also intends to accelerate the planning and implementation of the informal settlement upgrading programs. To this end, National Treasury approves the introduction of informal settlement grant, accelerating the issuing of title deeds, operationalize the Human Settlement Bank. To this end, all human settlements development finances institutions have been merged into one entity. Strengthening human settlement public entities and position them as a key force in driving the human settlement expansion. Drive a robust campaign with the sole intention of unlocking and to house South Africa. This will include constructive engagement of various public entities, government departments, private landowners, as well as developers and civil society. Fast-track the implementation of catalytic projects, design and implement an incubation program for small contractors, especially women and youth contractors. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Human Settlement has experienced various reductions in the budget that has been necessitated a review of targets, while the overall strategy of transforming human settlement into livable neighborhoods through an infrastructure-led development remains intact. The primary objective remains the transformation of human settlement into livable and sustainable spaces through partial targeting and consolidating investment. The Department of Human Settlement resolved to refocus its programs on Informal Settlement Upgrading Program, ISUP, Integrated Residential Development Program, IRDP, Neighborhood Infrastructure and Amenities, utilizing programs such as the social and economic amenities, increase the rental housing stock. Honorable Speaker, targeting infrastructure investment is critical for economic growth as well as contributing towards social protection and community development. The focus is on infrastructure development to support economic growth and enhance social protection. The human settlement strategy is grounded on the following: amazing government investment through investment in identifying areas, infrastructure development to support both economic growth and enhance social protection, improve neighborhood design to contribute to a better quality of health and well-being of households, investment in public spaces, supporting the South African construction industry and the real estate industry, supporting job creation and transformation through the appointment of local labor being set aside for designated groups, evidence-based directed and big data management. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Human Settlement is taking reasonable measures for the establishment of viable, socially and economically integrated communities which are situated in areas allowing convenient access to economic opportunities, and within which our people will have access to, on a progressive basis to a permanent residential structure with secure tenure, ensuring privacy and providing adequate protection against the elements potable water and adequate sanitary facilities, including waste disposal and domestic electricity supply. The Human Settlement Development Program talks to being the catalyst for transforming the national, provincial and local spaces economy in order to achieve measurable results by 2030. The delivery approach will focus on mega projects of integrated housing mixed with to cater for different incomes, levels and needs. This will include houses for the indigent gap. Honorable Speaker, and housing rentals units, social housing and several extent, and will ensure integration of different income groups, different races, and lead to the building of South Africa truly belongs to all. As the custodian of oversight, we remain vigilant in monitoring and making sure that policies announced by the government will monitor the department with the Vista Park 2 and Vista Park 3 project, which will build 4,500 houses. Honorable Speaker, despite the challenges faced by this department, we need to encourage the MEC and the acting HOD to never dread or lose hope in the quest of service delivered to the masses of our people. We urge to the officials to serve diligently and apply their know-how to equip themselves and better the performance of the department. We hereby support the budget vote of the Department of Human Settlement, and I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Klute.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. You know, they say people in glass houses should never throw stones. So I hope the ANC keeps that in mind when they debate today. Kom ons kyk net wat tans nou in die realiteit is vir die Vrystaat. Dis 'n skande as enige departement geld aan nasionale tesourie moet teruggee weens onderbesteding en swak administrasie. Dis onvergeefbaar as 'n departement soos hierdie geld wat vir armes bedoel was moet teruggee sodat dit in ander provinsies aangewend kan word. Maar Speaker, is 'n misdaad as dit vir 'n paar jaar aaneen gebeur. In laas jaar se debat het ons beklei oor 20 miljoen, van jare is dit amper 7 keer meer. Speaker, hierdie is een departement wie se baie onlangse verlede wys hoe die ANC se oggend- en aandpraatjies nie noodwendig altyd ooreenstem nie. En ons hoef nie so ver terug te gaan nie, so 10 jaar terug. En ja, die LER het verwys daarna die asbesdak skandaal. Saak is sub judice, maar ons almal weet wie by die skandaal betrek word. Maar watter party was in beheer van hierdie provinsie toe ons mense beroof is? See, you're not getting that off that easy, MEC. Apartheid ended 29 years ago. The asbestos gate was 11 years ago. Don't so quickly try and forget about this. People who were in need of decent housing conditions and the eradication of asbestos roofs were betrayed by this very government, this ANC. Betrayed, Speaker, by the very government many voted for. That is socialism in action, MEC. Now add another 150 million rand surrendered last year and another 20 million the previous year, owing to poor management of a department of an ANC government who simply cannot get himself out of the rubble that very ANC created, then it's clear the ANC is not and has never been committed to, and I quote the Premier, restoration of their dignity, end quote. At least the Development Bank of South Africa has now been appointed to solve the mess the ANC has created. In the meantime, 36,000 homes remain with asbestos roofs. That is inhumane, MEC. So, simply put, and that's a question the MEC will need to answer, should those people also just forgive and forget what the ANC has done to them? Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable MEC Koloi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier in absentia. I have seen the Deputy Minister is among us, Honorable Speaker. Let me acknowledge Deputy Minister Mesoso Motaung amongst us, members of the Provincial Legislature, Executive Mayors, Speakers, Councillors, House of Traditional Leaders, officials that are in here today, baeti ba rona kaofela ba bohlokwa e leng baahi ba rona ba Freistata, ke ananela boteng ba lona. Speaker, let me extend my gratitude to the Honorable MEC Ketso T.O. Makume for delivering a commendable budget vote speech today. I am confident that with his dedication and commitment, the most vulnerable and destitute communities who chose us to lead will obtain services we pledge to deliver. We dare not forget the promises we made to them. Our Constitution mandates us to provide, amongst others, a roof over our people's heads. And your department, Honorable Makume, carries and leads this mandate. I am confident, therefore, Honorable Speaker, that with your institute leadership, Honorable Makume, and our support and contribution, will fulfill this constitutional obligation. I was also delighted, Honorable Speaker, that the Honorable MEC Makume reflected on the President's undertaking on the 2023 SONA in line with expediting the issuing of the title deeds with a backlog at over 1 million houses. The MEC further spoke on the Free State government's plan to confer real right of ownership to beneficiaries with a budget of over 16 million. He highlighted that the issuing of title deeds will commence from next month to address about 4,508 backlog title deeds and 1,813 new title deeds. Motsamaisi wa dipuisano, ho bohlokwa hore re ke re hatelle taba ya di-title deed. E bonahalang ka hara Freistata hore ke hloba boroko. Ene re le government kapo re le mokgatlo wa African National Congress, ha ona mo re hananang le taba ya hore hona le mathata tabeng ya ho fana ka di-title deed. Empa hona ha o bolele hore ha ona di-title deed tseo baahi ba sa di fumantshweng. Re motlotlo hore le ha ona le mathata, lefapha le ntse le etsa makgobonthithi a hore di-title deed di tswe tsa baahi ba rona. Empa pharela e hokae motsamaisi wa dipuisano. Re na le mefuta e fapafapaneng eo Honorable MEC Ketso Makume a buileng ka yona ha na bua ka backlog of title deeds, including also the new title deeds. Hona ho bolela hore hona le di-title deed tsa bonkgono ba rona le bontatemoholo ba rona bao e leng hore e sale ba emela di-title deed ba fumantshitsweng matlo kapa ba dutse ka hara province ena ya rona Freistata pre-1994. Mara sesosa sa hore ba seke ba fumantshwa di-title deed sena ke sefeng. Ha re ka ra hopola hantle hore hona le molao o re bitsang ka hore ke the Native Land Act wa 1913 mo e leng hore baahi ba rona bonkgono ba rona ha ba ne ba fumantshwa matlo ke mahanyapetsi ba ne ba etsa hore batswadi ba rona ba seke ba le di-title deed, mme ka nakong eo ya apartheid ho no sebediswa sena seo re se bitsang ka hore ba ne ba fumantshwa di-lodgers. Ho bolela hore batswadi ba rona ba ne ba sena bodulo ho hang. Jwale ha batswadi ba rona ba sena bodulo ba ne ba sebedisa di-lodgers ha re kena ka nakong ena ya democracy mo ANC e reng baahi kaofela ba lokela hore ba fumantshwe di-title deed e ba mathata hobane bonkgono ba rona le bontatemoholo jwalo ka di-beneficiaries ba se ba ile Ramasedi ba hopotse ebe bana ba bona ka hara malapa o fumana hore ho bana le diphapang ebe qetellong ho tsekisanwa ka taba ya di-title deed. But we are very excited and very delighted under your leadership Ntate Toto Makume hore lefapha la ha la phutha matsoho mo eleng hore ha o nona le di-dispute batswadi ba rona ba ne ba sa kgone hore ba ka ikemela court hore ba rarolle dipharela se ka hara malapa a bona ka taba di-title deed. We are therefore excited hore at the end of the day tlasa botsamaisi ba hao le Mema Molukukubai the department is able to can go or to consult the court of law in ensuring that it assists these beneficiaries in ensuring that they resolve the disputes thereof. And ke process e telele ke ka hona o buileng ka hore it is 4,580 title deeds that tse leng hore lefapha le lokela hore le di sale morao. Re a leboha ka effort e o le nkileng le Mema Molukukubai hore ka jano lena batswadi ba rona le ha ona le di-dispute ha ba sa hlola ba ntsha tjhelete ho ya khoto lefapha la hao le tlo ya khoto le lo bona hore le a ba buella hore ba rarolle mathata ao ba kopanang le ona ka hara malapa bona. Ene ke se ke hlalositse ka re hona ho bakwa ke eng molao o ne e le hore o no amoha batswadi ba rona lefatshe molao o no o hateletse batswadi ba rona hore ha ba dula fela mo ebe qetellong matlo ao ha se a bona empa re rata ho leboha hore hona le metjha e leng hore le kentse tshebetsong. We are also very pleased Ntate Honorable Makume hore even the current title deeds immediately ha a beneficiary e thola setsha sa hae a fumantshwa ntlo di tsamaye di le pedi ka nako e lengwe moahi ha fumana ntlo ya hae a fuwe le title deed eo e leng hore ke maano e leng hore o sontse o wa kentse tshebetsong hona ho tlo etsa hore qetellong ho se ke wa ba le di-dispute ka hara malapa a batswadi ba rona ka hona re a o leboha MEC Toto Makume ka the turnaround strategies tse leng hore lefapha la hao le tlile ka tsona. Honorable Speaker, we are also very excited in by ensuring hore department ena ya human settlement at the end of the day e attenda taba ya matlo e leng hore ha a fela ke bone baahi ha o bua Honorable MEC Makume hore le tlo qetella matlo ao e leng hore ha tloa a fedile eo e leng hore audit ya teng e ne dutse ho 11,000 empa raporoto ya hao ha o e beha ka pela setjhaba sa rona letsatsing la kajeno it clearly indicates again where there are some strides that the department had taken because the report that was presented previously indicated that the total number of the incomplete houses sit at 11,000. But today, confidently, as you're presenting your budget vote, you indicated that the outstanding number that is within the province is amounted to 9,000 incomplete houses. Re rata ho leboha lefapha la human settlement hore qetellong ya diqetello matlo ana ao e leng hore a tloa way back from 2006 e le hore ha fela letsatsing la kajeno wa presenta hore re ntse re tswella pele ka matlo ano re tlo etsa bonnete ba hore matlo ana a fela empa ho bohlokwa hape hore re o lebohe hore ha se matlo ao e leng hore ho no siwe fela di foundation. Some of the houses, it has been reported that they had been built, but at the end of the day, you'll find that completely, totally, there is no house that has been erected. Kana kongwe MEC Makume re a tseba hore ba tla ba re ntlo e fedile athe hono ahue toilete instead of the house e leng hore ne tlameile e ahue. Despite all these challenges, re rata ho leboha hore ha ona mo e leng hore ore ke molato wa baahi empa bo rakontraka bao e leng hore ke bona ba sebedisitseng tjhelete ya lefapha ka tsela e fosahetseng. At the end of the day, they will be brought to books, despite the fact that the matter is sitting before the court of law. Ha re punish baahi ba rona hobane ke tokelo ya bona hore ba phele ka hara matlo a nang le seriti. We are also excited hore batswadi ba rona ba phelang ka boqhwala, bomme bao e leng hore ba phela le bana ba dikgutsa, hona le dikgutsana ka malapeng, bomme bao e leng hore ba sokola le bona ke maqheku, at the end of the day are also going to benefit on this program ya how ensure hore these incomplete houses are built at the end of the day. We are also excited by your budget speech this morning, where you also indicated or presented before this August House about upgrading of informal settlement and the challenges thereof that had led our people to find themselves staying at informal settlement. For as long as really government re kekebe ra develop the rural areas, re tla fumana dibaka tse kgolo mo e leng hore mesebetsi e mengata teng, ebe batho ba phaellana ka mono boholo ba bona hobane at the end of the day these rural areas are not being developed. Batho ba mathela dipolekeng tse kgolo hore qetellong ba be le bodulo ba fumantshwe le mosebetsi. But subsequent to that, on the very same program or the initiative that your department is undertaking in ensuring that it upgrades the informal settlements in our province, we are also excited to social housing. So elong hore ke tsona tse ka thusang baahi ba rona ba batlang ho renta, but not all the residents in the province are intending to have your BNG houses. Ba bang ba bona ba batla ho renta hobane ba tlile ka mesebetsi ka hara province. Mme re rata ho leboha hore informal settlement tsa rona wa kena o tlo di upgrade ka sehlong seo re batlang ho se leboha haholo lefapheng lena la hao Ntate Makume kore the very same informal settlements that you are referring to, you are going to come up with a turnaround strategy hore baahi ba rona ba e leng hore already they are staying in those particular informal settlements, how ba tlose at the end of the day, but you come up with an in situ program mo e leng hore mo ba leng teng you make an environmental impact assessment, ensuring hore at the end of the day the very same informal settlement eba registered, ensuring at the end of the day where there is enough bulk water services in those particular informal settlements. Kaona re a leboha hobane baahi ba rona ha ono hore ba tla tlala amang amabaka besides these communities that are migrating from rural areas to urban areas, ke bao e leng hore at the end of the day ba evictua maplasing e leng hore this one hopefully human settlement e sebetsana ha mmoho le department ya Ntate Mokoena. Re tla bona hore na baahi ba rona ha ba tloswa maplasing ka ntle ho mabaka ao e le hore a ya tshwareha, ha hona moahi a tlamehile hore a evictue madulang teng, empa at the end of the day re bona batswadi ba rona ba dula maplasing ba evictue. Ha ba tla ka hara ma-question honorable MEC, ha ba fihla o fumana hore ha hona mo ba dula, at the end of the day le bona ba iphumana ba dula informal settlement teng. The slow process ya hore ha baahi ba rona maplasing ba evictua ebe molao o tla ka tsela e leng hore e fokola haholo, sekgahla sa teng ke sekgahla se tsamayang ka lenwabo. We are appealing and submitting to both yourself and Department of Agriculture ho bona hore baahi ba rona ba maplasing ba ya tshireletswa. One will again applaud you MEC Makume in the Department of Human Settlement who ensure hore ho kenywa infrastructure mo e leng hore baahi ba rona ha bana ditshebeletso tsa mantlha, mo e leng hore o indicate le hore batswadi ba rona ba kekebe ba dula ba sena basic services, and at the end of the day you are going to ensure hore we install the services mo e leng hore baahi ba rona ha bana ditshebeletso. Matlo a mobu matlo a mobu ha ana seriti ho mang kapa mang. Matlo a mobu ke matlo a eleng hore previously bonkgono ba rona le bontatemolo ba rona ba ne ba sebedisa, empa ha o sheba maemo a hona jwalo ao re phumana re le ka ona, do we still need mud houses? Huya kama emo area bona a climate change, the answer is no. And we also applaud you who ensure our matlo ana amobu au eleng hore re a bona ka hara province ya rona re atla ha mmoho le wena go fa support re kaofela ha rona tlasa mokgatlo wa African National Congress ho tlo bona hore at the end of the day these mud houses are being demolished at the end of the day. Thank you very much for your budget vote. Once again, Deputy Speaker and the Speaker, ki a leboha ka budget vote, ki ema mona ki supporta, ki a leboha.
Honorable members, I don't have a member of the EFF to debate in the House. Honorable Bulwane.
Save documents. My documents, files, budget speech.
Honorable Speaker, Mezanele Sifuba, Premier of the Free State, Ndatem Kolisudukwana, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, leaders of the opposition parties, different politicals represented in this House, Marena le Marenana, baahi bohle ba teng kwano. Ke batla pele ke qala ke bua ke toboketse ntlheng enana ya hore leano lena la ho tlisa matlo ho batho sale e le ntho e teng ho mokga ona o busang. Ke ka ho ka 1992 mokga o ile wa etsa tokomane e neng ba bitsa ANC Ready to Govern, e leng ya bana le di-clause ra tsona ya bana le clause e reng ho tla bana le matlo ya identify the weaknesses tsa hore why ho sena matlo in South Africa. The planning, the spatial planning which was carried out by the previous government, how it was planning, how it was making sure that the people are moving from where we are and then inside the rural area. Ya ba yang ka le bontata rona ba neng le poete ka nako ya ba sebedisa hampe ba retsetsa di registration kapa di poeme dikolong mo ngone ngotho ha ile tsotsi a yo QwaQwa re falle re QwaQwa ha ba fella mono ba etsa le tse ding tse reng tafleng ya base ha se ke makumane tholla makumana o le tafleng ya base hobane tafleng ya base o jwa di menye o jwa di helemnce ke ka ho o neng o sebediswa matla hampe ka teng. And ka nako eno no mme o ne a sa dumellwa hore ka bana le ntlo ha e so re mme tshwanetse o rabene le ntlo ipatlele le kgwahlapanyana la ntate a ngodise ntlo ka le kgwahlapa lenana hore be o tla bana le ntlo
banna ba nkilwe ba beilwe mane di-hostele jwale dintho tseo kaofela mokgatlo onana wa re ha re beneng le leano ke ka hoo re bileng le tokomane enana ya ANC ready to govern gore re tloseng tsena kaofela tse neng e le dintho tse mpe tse tswang ke ba bang ho ba bang lo etsa bonnete ba rona matlwa di asbestos re hlaile rona ba bang a ntse a le teng so o ka se be blame hodima rona kaofela yona ke nnete re tse re tla di tlosa mara re hlaile a ntse a le teng dibaka tsenana tse leng hore ke tsa mekhukhung di ne ntse di le teng di etswa ke mokga onana o neng o re busa ka nako eo o no fumana hore makeisheneng a rona go na le bokgotha o ke batla e qetella le tlohella moo go na le bo dinoheng go na le bo ropese a benya go na le bo ithobalentshanyana. They are not created by us but they were created by the masters. But over and above there was an arcing charter that has come into place that the people of the South Africa has come and adopted it in the form of a freedom charter, which many speakers have declared. What does that freedom charter said? And I want to repeat it. There shall be housing security and comfort, and that all people shall have the right to live where they choose. So the RDP, the document called the RDP, it was rightfully adopted by government in 1994 solely to demonstrate and to declare that housing is a right. Ke tokelo e tshwana le metsi a untima metsi untima tokelo. As a result of implementing the Freedom Charter clause on housing, we are confident and glad that the ANC-led government has produced more houses than any developing country. Hence a recognition by the United Nations and award for the delivery of the houses. Also, the democratic constitution of this country guarantees everyone access to housing and obligations that state to discriminatory measures to meet the housing needs of its people. The problem of the unbalanced development in the human settlement is addressed by the department, and the budget vote as tabled by MEC Makume serves as a demonstration and a commitment of the government to promote integrated human settlement and spatial reconstruction. Honorable Speaker, every time the Department of Human Settlement spends its budget, it contributes to the construction sector, which contributes to the temporary employment opportunities to those who are not semi-skilled. We want to encourage the department on its expenditure to deliberately empower and prioritize the previously marginalized and disadvantaged young people, women, people living with disability, one construction unit in the financial year. The triple challenges continue to exist in our society. As a result, our people continue to migrate from one town to the other, looking for opportunities to make their life better. This immigration mostly happens from rural areas and township to urban areas looking for job opportunities. The movement also contributes to the increase in demand of houses in urban areas and in those big cities. Financial institutions such as banks make it difficult through credit assessment that workers who earn around 5,000 to 10,000, as an example, to purchase a house. Those who succeed as per the financial institution criteria and assessment of purchasing houses are subjected to exorbitant interest rates and long-term payment method that exploit them. Re bone ha banka ya Reserve e nyolla le di bonto di nyolile le di koloi di nyolile. For furthermore, the property market is hardly regulated and one may suspect collusion on pricing by those who control the property market to actively get involved in owning the property. We want to make want to mention in this house that we do support the implementation of a state bank. We understand that the state bank will allocate reasonable interest rates for the working class when purchasing houses and promote access to choices of their own houses. Therefore, we encourage MEC Makume to work with the Department of Public Works to rapidly recover any buildings that are illegally occupied or even hijacked by criminal syndicates to turn them into residence for our people. We must acknowledge in this house that the people who are living in a communal land are still faced with problem of secure tenure, and it requires a legislative review that the department should begin to look at. We congratulate the department for reaching its target of flips and now putting a target of 200. This program is important as it allows those who earn range between 3,000 to 22,000 to buy houses. We want to further encourage the department while it does its planning and implement spatial planning for human settlement to consider the district development model and transform the township and the towns. No more building the township, it's a morao kwa tropo, disia tropo kwa, more the economic activities the Atalante. The asbestos roofing houses continue to present a crisis in our society, and we compliment the department on the completion of the Memorandum of Understanding with the Development Bank of South Africa, DBSA, towards addressing asbestos roofing houses in the province. The department's work of eradicating the mud houses in the province is to bring dignity to our people who cannot afford to build or to buy houses. We want to ensure you, MEC, that we have our support in eradicating all these mud houses in the province. We note the delay in completing the Dark City and Silver City and G Hostel community resident units that will yield 1,592 units, but we are happy about the progress that the department will register in this financial year. But we need to emphasize that the department need to vet the contractors before they can start to be awarded work, to ensure that any contractor that is appointed completes the project without any hindrances. We therefore want to urge the department to pursue and be firm on contractors who don't finish their planned project, because this is an inhibitor to the progress that the department should be making in human settlement, development, that spending on the project that we are already budgeted, but contractors fail to complete this in this reason. This does not assist the department to move with speed to address the backlog of the housing and we face with a province. Therefore, we also want to urge the department to put punitive system in place to contractors that are not completing their project. The department has a responsibility to work with other departments and local government to ensure that illegal land invasions on the land that is earmarked for human settlement development does not happen. We encourage the MEC Makume working through the district development model to work around the clock on illegal occupation on land that is not suitable for residents, like wetlands and flooding areas. This illegal occupation of land is earmarked for residents by either the provincial government or the municipalities. That takes place, it creates a problem for the government when the occupants are residing on the wetlands during the heavy rains. Batho ba be ba lla ba re ha ba mmuso o ba tlosa mo empa le bona ba itseng ba batla ho dula moo. So re kgothaletsa lefapha hore le kene ka setotswana le ba kgothaletse hore batho ba se ke ba dula moo le njwalo. Honorable Speaker, it is evident that the population grows as faster as a rate and housing becomes primary priority. Our people are always demanding sites and they are tired of rental houses. Therefore, we appeal to all affected parties to accelerate the implementation of the decision to release state-owned land, including municipal land, to allow for the development of human settlement and socio-economic integration of communities through the Housing Development Agency. And the Metsimaholo municipality, Honorable Speaker, used to be one of the greatest model when coming to the housing development in the particular district of Phuthaditjhaba. So encourage the municipalities to get into that space and work towards ensuring at the end of the day our people have houses. The then Minister of Housing, Joe Slovo, had a summit in Phuthaditjhaba in 1994 to showcase that people are not staying in the right places where they can be proud of where they are staying. But that summit opened the eyes for many. So we wanted the department, as we support the budget vote, we wanted the department to go along those lines and make sure that our people get better houses. I thank you.
Honorable Clements.
Honorable Speaker, in January 2014, 42-year-old Mr. John Mofokeng applied for a house in Extension 4 in Vrede. 3 months later, his application was approved and he was issued with a house number. It is now 9 long years that he has been waiting. He is now 51 years old and he often goes to look at the site where there is only a concrete slab. He never finds a house there or anyone busy building it. Although this is a tragedy, it is indeed inhumane and a crime, MEC, that there are still 9,000 families all over the Free State in exactly the same position. This means about 36,000 people have been denied a decent home because of corruption. They were approved for a house and were often allocated a site number, but the house is just never built. Patiently, they continue to wait, sometimes speaking to the ANC politician who comes there to campaign for votes. Always the politician will say, "Don't worry, Morena, I will sort it out. You must just make sure to vote for the ANC, then you will get your house soon." Speaker, this is how the trust of our poor people is betrayed daily. Speaker, we note the budget of 1,375,658,000 allocated to the department for the 2023-24 year. Just over 80% of this money comes from national grants for the development of houses, the upgrading of informal settlements and EPWP programs. This represents a 15% increase over the previous year. We are happy to see this increased budget allocation towards housing for deserving beneficiaries in the Free State. There are, however, some extremely concerning issues which makes us believe that this department is unable to spend its budget properly. Firstly, 16% of the 2022-23 funding from National, or 150 million rand, was unspent and has been returned to Treasury. This represents about 1,000 houses which were not built, although the department had the money. Speaker, this is completely unacceptable in view of the fact that in 2015, the department already reported that there were 11,000 incomplete houses in the Free State. Just like Mr. Mofokeng, now 9,000 families still wait while the department cannot spend the money. Speaker, a true reflection of the anarchy in the Department of Human Settlements emerged during the briefing by the Auditor General on the 2021-22 annual financial statements, where the department received a qualified audit. The AG found that the quality of target setting and reporting on achievements were shocking. 23% of the 13 targets in the annual performance plan were not reported on at all. 46%, or almost half of the department's targets, were not achieved. An example of this is the fact that only 857 housing units were completed as compared to the target of 2,118. I quote from the Auditor General's briefing document. The actual houses constructed and delivered for poor beneficiaries in relation to the amounts spent were much less than targeted. Some of the housing units completed also did not have running water or a functional sewer system. This makes it clear that although the money was spent, no value for money was received. Although the department spent the money, poor beneficiaries received substandard houses or none at all. Speaker, the report on financial management and compliance with laws was even worse. Financial controls were almost non-existent. Contracts differed from what was recorded on the provisions register. Average debt collection was 328 days, almost a year to collect money owed to the department. Fruitless and wasted expenditure amounted to almost 50 million. 50 million rand just wasted. The department went backwards on compliance with laws, with findings increasing from 13 to 16. The reasons for irregular expenditure of 526 million in that year is almost all related to procurement laws not being followed. In other words, corruption. Likewise, the seven material irregularities were identified, almost all related to procurement, incorrect tender processes, or housing contract management. 3 of the material irregularities were resolved, while the Auditor General referred one to the Hawks. The total of 4.6 billion in irregular expenditure has never even been investigated. Speaker, after 28 years, how is it possible that the department cannot understand the laws relating to tender and procurement processes? These continuous irregular expenditure findings seem to make it clear that there is interference in the process, or the intention is precisely to flout the law. Speaker, there are currently 222 blocked projects in this department. This is where the 9,000 incomplete houses comes from. This, by far, the largest number of blocked projects in any province. Blocked projects means a project which has just never continued, either through non-performance of the contractor or the department terminating the project. Many of these blocked projects date from the infamous 1 billion housing scandal in 2010-2011, when 1 billion was dished out to contractors and is now being investigated by the Special Investigating Unit. The Hawks are currently also investigating 2 contracts at Vogelfontein, and of course the 250 million asbestos case from 2014-15 is currently in the courts. What is very disturbing is that not one of the implicated contractors has been blacklisted and could possibly still be submitting tenders and getting contracts anywhere in South Africa. Through you, Speaker, MEC, this department has been a crime scene. This department has failed to address the legacy of apartheid and colonialism. And until all wrongdoers, incompetents, and officials who have been colluding to defraud the province and its people have been exposed and tried in the courts, there will be no improvement in performance. According to replies to my questions in the Legislature, the department still has no approved organisational structure. Despite this, the budget for administration has been increased by 17 million and now represents 95% of equitable share for compensation of employees. Speaker, we need to know, what are these employees doing? They are not properly planning development in municipalities. Housing lists are being manipulated. Township developments are not being registered with the Conveyancer General. At least 150 housing developments were done on land not belonging to the municipality, and this continues. No proper EIAs are done. Clearly, the municipalities are not being assisted to follow the law and correct procedures. Houses are handed over with no water or sewer connections and no electricity. All of this is left to our collapsed municipalities to figure out. Several years ago, the department appointed 17 conveyancers to assist with issuing title deeds. 17. Yet there's been no improvement in that regard. The department still has a massive backlog in the issuing of title deeds, especially historical title deeds pre-1994. Speaker, I would like the MEC to listen, because this is what he needs to do to fix that department. This is my positive contribution, MEC. If this administration is serious about the provision of decent housing opportunities to qualifying beneficiaries in the Free State, and in order to sort out the chaos in this department and to make it an effective and efficient implementer of housing development, it is crucial that the following must happen immediately. Number one, a relevant and technically highly skilled organizational structure must be approved. This must include professionally qualified conveyancers, engineers, environmental experts, auditors, architects, project managers, scientific innovators in the built environment, planners, legal experts, communication experts, and public administrators. Due to the complete lack of these skills in local government, it is critical that the department have those skills in order to properly plan, implement, and monitor housing projects in the province. Although the costs of these highly skilled appointments will be high, it can be offset by the release or redeployment of a large number of unsuitably qualified personnel. We welcome the message from the MEC that skills audits are being conducted, as well as lifestyle audits. Suitably qualified officials must be employed in the correct position where their skills can be used to best effect. The department has no budget or space for cadre employees and parasites. The department must be capacitated to deal effectively with criminal activities such as construction mafia, which is plaguing development projects, vandalism, illegal land invasions, and illegal occupation of houses, many of which is by municipal employees. And I can provide the MEC with names. Though these activities take place within municipalities, as stated, the municipalities have no capacity to deal with these criminal activities and must have immediate access to correct legal advice and intervention by the department where necessary. The housing needs register must be rigorously managed and implemented by professionals. The interference by politicians in housing lists is a scourge which is causing projects to fail. The department must have a highly trained supply chain unit with legal capacity which can do procurement of goods and services, including the appointment of contractors with relevant skills and experience. The CFO of the department must be a professionally qualified chartered accountant to efficiently manage the complex financial obligations of the department, including the preparation of annual financial statements. Record keeping in the department is catastrophic. The department must be manned by properly qualified officials who can implement a digital record keeping system with an archive of hard copies as a backup. The appointment of outside consultants must be kept to an absolute minimum. If the department is well capacitated with relevant skills, this costly exercise can be avoided. The many different housing programs must be well managed to ensure beneficiaries receive the benefits best suited to their circumstances. Housing vouchers can be effectively used in some cases and would benefit local economies. The delivery of sites must be serviced sites. You cannot just give a piece of land to people with no water or electricity or roads. It is crucial that the awarding of contracts must be done in an equitable and transparent fashion as required by law. Although the appointment of emerging contractors should be encouraged, the priority must always be the effective completion of the project within time and within budget. The priority of the department is the delivery of quality housing to deserving beneficiaries, not the training of contractors. Speaker, the MEC says this year the department will replace 2,000 asbestos roofs. At this rate, it will take 18 years to replace them all, so that rate needs to be picked up. This week, I lodged a complaint with the Public Protector to investigate the Linda Mkondu project in Phuthaditjhaba, where people are living in appalling conditions. And we hope that the Public Protector will eventually uncover what actually went on in that place. During the period, the past 10 years under the ANC, the priority of the department has been to extract as much money out of the budget and get it into the coffers of connected tenderpreneurs and cronies. It has been a laundromat to enrich cadres and cronies. The delivery of decent housing to the poor has most certainly not been the priority. The DA stands ready to deliver on this mandate, and we believe that the voters have equally had enough of the shenanigans with housing. In 2024, the people will have the opportunity to vote for a party with a track record of delivery. Speaker, we oppose the budget because the department has in the past financial year shown its inability to spend the money. Until the department has proved that it can manage and spend its budget properly and effectively, we cannot support it receiving an even larger budget. Thank you.
Honorable MEC Mukwena.
Madam Speaker, Premier of the province in absentia, Sepadi se seholo sa ketsa molao, ditho tse hlomphileng tsa lekgotla la molao la Freistata. Ha ke lebohe monyetla o ko fuweng ke lekgotla la ANC ka hare ho Freistata, bakeng sa ho ba setho sa ketsa molao, re ikarabela ho tsena tsa agriculture. Ke ema mona ke tlo supporta puo le yona budget ya lefapha la Ntate Makume, motsamaisi wa dipuisano. Empa hona le ntlha tse pedi tse tharo tse ke hlokang hore no ke di otlolle ha ke ya ke shebile ho ditho tsa ketsamolao tse ka letsohong la ka le letshehadi. Ha hona letsatsi le tla feta moo tla fumana mokga wa DA o sa bone phoso, o sa bone manyofonyofo kapa bobodu ho tsohle tse tswang ke mokga wa ANC dipuso a teng bakeng sa ho ntshetsa maphelo a batho ba rona pele. The DA will always see corruption in everything the ANC government does. And don't find fault with them. You are dealing with a problem of a framework of development for the few vis-à-vis the framework for the development of the majority. They will never understand that today the resources have got to be taken to benefit the majority of our people as opposed to the few. I yearn for a day where the DA will stand up here and apologize to the people of South Africa that their predecessors have led to a situation where the department is led by Dr. Makume today. I was a 94-year-old granny, a house. She has been waiting for so many years to own a house today. This is a legacy that we're dealing with that our colleagues on my other side here are not willing to talk about. I yearn for the day where Honorable Klute will acknowledge that under the government of the ANC, corruption is being prosecuted. I yearn for the day where he will rise and say, my predecessors under the apartheid government, they never pursued even a single case of corruption against their leaders. It is the democratic government that pursues corruption. Even the issue of asbestos, it is in court. Don't speak as if it is not the ANC government that is dealing with that. We are building a new society. Mistakes are happening, challenges will arise, and we are dealing with them. A measure of good leadership is the one that responds to the problems. Here, we are dealing with a legacy of centuries. That today, you want us to believe that we can sort it out in just 30 years. The African National Congress in 1994 made a commitment to work with the people, with our people, to reverse centuries of apartheid colonialism and dehumanization. This has left our people with no dignity to live like true human beings in their motherland. Their land was robbed at gunpoint, and later through the 1913 Land Act, that reduced an African child to a mere 13% of arable land, while the white minority that settled in the Cape few centuries ago arrogated to themselves 80+% of the arable land in our country. That's a reality. 2, the 13% of the land Africans were reduced to was treated as reserves for the production of African males to come and work in the urban centers when aged go back to die in the homeland reserves. These are the things we have done to the people. As a country developed through mining, agriculture, and subsequent industries built around mining, the space and location of an African was missing in their spatial planning development. So MEC Makume, understand when they make these comments. In their framework, the issue of where you allocate an African to live never factored. The idea of an African or a black man, stroke woman, living as a family unit was not part of the development framework the apartheid architect used to construct our towns then. For an African, theirs was to be in hostels as mine workers or garden boys, or to be in the back room of the madam as domestic workers. It was by design that the planning and the building of the urban centers as we know them today never affected the majority of this country and was built for the few. That's why they can stand up and try to defend in the interest of the few. When the system was now forced by its own growth demands, it needed more enslaved black labor nearby. It developed black settlements areas later known as townships for the now urbanizing Africans. These townships in their planning and design were meant to dehumanize African family and break it permanently. In terms of human settlement, what the ANC inherited was apartheid spatial planning never meant for a human being to survive. In its planning, the development had the following: settlement areas that were aimed to place Africans as far away from areas of work and central business districts, zero or minimal pollution facilities, hence the dominance of the bucket system, zero or minimal clean drinkable water facilities, zero or no one-room size municipal rented houses for a family to live in, no water and sewer treatment plants to service the growing population, zero or minimal road network or transport infrastructure. These were laden with infrastructure that were never designed for a dignified human living. What the ANC inherited in 94 was the mess whose architects today have the audacity to stand here and tell us about the conditions of our people that have betrayed their trust. Let's remind them of the past we have traversed since democracy. Since 94, the democratic government has been engaged in a constant battle to build better communities that are decent for human living. We have built houses, we have provided clean water, electricity and road infrastructure in the townships. In 1994, the country was sprawling with squatter camps that our people were condemned to live in. Similar to the conditions we find in Langa, in Khayelitsha, in Gugulethu, where women have got to wake up at night and go to a communal toilet across the road. And today, you want to tell us about the Republic of Western Cape as if it is better. It serves the minority, not the majority. The country has been locked in a battle of limited resources and the ever-increasing demand to address both historical housing and infrastructure backlogs, as well as to meet today's demands. Opposition will not tell you how Zamdela looked like in 1994 compared to today. They will not even acknowledge that the area where we are, it never existed in 1994, including this facility. They can't see it because it was built for our people, not for the minority. They will not tell you. They will not tell about that JB Mafura and Caleb Motsabi in Bloemfontein did not exist, including the hillside view that the MEC is speaking about. They will never tell you about that because they can't see where the interest of the majority lies. They will never talk about the squatter camps that the Democratic State has eliminated throughout the province. Botshabelo was the largest squatter camp in the country. Go and Botshabelo and look at it today and tell us that this democratic government has failed. Go to Bethlehem, where I come from in Dihlabe. There used to be a place there called Slahliwe. Go and look what you find there. These are the issues that we understand. Because of your past, you will forever remain blind. In all black residential areas, almost half of the settlements or sections are new and they were built by the ANC government with running water, with electricity, with roads, all of the things that were never there. Yes, it has put tremendous pressure on both the infrastructure and the resources that must be attended to urgently, as the MEC indicated. Opposition cry out loud because the resources that ensure the comfort of the minority are now spread for the improvement of the living conditions of the majority. Opposition can never speak for our people until they know the real story of a black person and the path traversed till this point. To our people, we say, we must deal with those who stole, defrauded, and betrayed you. We are now up in the game and serve you and to build better. We must arrest criminals who stole from you, unite our people, both black and white, to build a better future for the majority. We have made progress in dealing with the legacy of centuries of apartheid and colonialism. It has been 30 years. Mark the progress made by the progressive government of the ANC compared to the destruction of our people that has been done over hundreds and hundreds of years. Thank you very much.
The Honorable MEC may now reply to the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know, I was thought in my activist day that you shouldn't go to a meeting just to talk and then you don't provide 2 ears to listen. We are going to respond, but to people who are not present in this house now. But be as it may, let us just do it for our guest here. On the 3rd of June 2022, I lost my my granny, my mother. She was 89 years. But before she left the shores, she left me with something. She said, Moses, hlonipha abantu abadala. So the reason why Honorable Klein Hayes have taken a conscious decision to say, let's prioritize the vulnerables, in particular the senior citizen. It is because we are in line with that. So may Mamukiti's soul rest in peace. So today, I have invited some few guests. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to introduce you the people that I invited and why. I have invited Mayor Matutu Alina Hlalele, who hails all the way from Bolata village in QwaQwa. Mayor Hlalele is age 104 and by default falls within one of our vulnerable groups to which the sector has resolved to prioritize her. She has been living in the mud house for the rest of her life. Now the opposition want to blame the ANC. We only have 30 years of freedom for something that happened 104 years. So we need to bring about the balance of equation. So you can't blame us for your own mistake. Join us to correct your mistakes. So Mama couldn't make it here because of her illness. But I think his son is here to come and share with us. The reason I invited him, I wanted to apologize on behalf of the department that although we've got plans for you, but we've delayed the plans. But I also want to bring hope to all the old age that we are going to address your issues and as speedily, as decisively as possible. The second old lady that I've invited is Me Emily Mutibi, who comes from Jagasfontein. Me Mutibi is 84 years. Is one of those of the unfortunate Jagasfontein tailing dam collapse that shook the entire country back in September 2022. She's the beneficiary of the alternative building technology house, which has since been completed. Ntlo ha re qetile wa ifumana o teng ka mona o keteka le rona. Una le hape nkgono Mbele ya tswang Kronstadt. Bothata bo boholo ba hae le yena ona le motse ona mo 84. Le baka le re mmemetseng lona ke la hore re tlo lokisa taba ena ya hae ya title deed. The reason we have brought them here is to shame officials who are doing all the wrongs against these old people, but at the very same time to bring hope to all the old age people in the Free State government that things are going to be changed and changed for better. Whistly others, they don't want to apologize about what they've done to you. We are ready to soldier with you to change your lives. Honorable Klute, you can't change the organizational structure without diagnosing it. The reason why we are putting the skills audit is to check as to who is in the structure before we can approve it. So don't rush us to approve the structure before we know exactly as to what do we have in the structure. Is it possible to help us? Can we reposition people so that we repurpose the department to do better? The other thing that you have raised something about cadre deployment. Let me remind you that in the olden days, what we call cadre deployment under the apartheid government, it was called job reservations. But don't come here again. Fight Equity Act in the name of cadre deployment. You are also doing it in your provinces where you are governing, the issue of deploying people that are going to ensure that your policy statements are going to be implemented. So there's nothing wrong with that. The only thing that is wrong is when we misuse that policy. But the policy is in line with what we are trying to achieve. On the issue of the appreciating the fact. You know, fact number one is that crime has happened under the ANC administration in relation to asbestos. But why are you not telling us the fact that the same crime was exposed by the same administration and the case today is in court under the same administration? So don't just pick up on wrong things and then you don't talk about the beautiful things that are also happening. For people to be exposed, it's one of the ethical conduct because it talks about accountability to the public. But the second thing is that the case is in court and we are awaiting the court to proceed. It is unfortunate that under apartheid, you did not have time for courts. You are deciding things here. So wait for a moment, we've got a constitutional democracy now. I want to bring the fact about service sites. And we are not going to encourage our people to occupy land that is not, or the land that is not serviced. We need to move away from the apartheid spatial planning. During the apartheid, they will put our people in a land where there are no services. But they will put themselves in a land where they've got all services: roads, electricity, water, sewer network. So the whole struggle was about to equate the society so that the society could benefit from the democratic government. So what we're encouraging our people to do is that wait for the government to bring about service sites. The service sites mean this thing. It means that when you get into a site, you must not struggle to get a water taper that is clean. You must not struggle to flush a toilet. You must not struggle to have an electricity. That is the meaning of a service site. A service site makes it easy for you to live in a very human way, but not in an inhuman way. I wish Umma was here. She would have said, Sifuna into ezi clean Moses. So service site means you give people a clean site that has all the service. So we're going to encourage everyone that don't rush to occupy illegal site. The other thing is that for everyone to occupy a land, there has to be a geotech study. A geotech study that will tell us that if an area is in a flat area, you will then be advised that don't put any service there. So once we are going to rush our people to occupy land without being serviced, we are going to have problems. And the problem that we have already experienced in the areas of QwaQwa, Moloring Batubadewe, but the areas of the lower lands. Honorable Clainius, we have asked one question. Should our people forget and forgive? We have forgiven you, guys. We have forgiven you, honorable members. We have forgiven the fact that we were living not as human beings but treated as animals. But we have forgiven you. The question is, are you ready to march with us to build a new South Africa? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Now, the reply by the MEC concludes the debate on vote 13, human settlement. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the business of the House today. Before the House adjourns, I wish to make the following announcements: that honorable members and guests should remain seated at their allocated seats as the Sergeant at Arms and the Honorable Speaker leave the House, and that guests should remain at their allocated seats while members leave the House, that all guests are invited for lunch. There are two venues because of the space. That's why we have two venues, not one big one for all of us. And the guests and members shall be ushered to the venues where they are going to have their lunch. The House shall now adjourn until Tuesday, the 18th of April 2023 at 10 o'clock at Thabo Thokoza Secondary School, Bethlehem. And the business of the House shall include the consideration of the following budget votes. Vote 8, Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs, and vote 11, Agriculture and Rural Development. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, our guests. The House is adjourned.
Tomato, Tessie Benny Lonely, Tomato, Tessie Benny